I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying P.
Welcome to the sixth stream. Yeah, my voice sounds deep and sexy like Barry White. It's all because I'm getting over being sick. Oh man, I hate to say it, but we gotta take a lot of people to the woodshed today. Exposing. I don't expose people. I just work here, man. Today, we cook.
Tell people that, like, let's just stream together. Just tell them that we're fucking married, because it's like our relationship would be better if we just stream them, and it's fighting all the time. But no, Mister, don't say that because it's gonna ruin the business model. It's not time yet. Fuck yourself. I'm done with it. I'm not gonna fuck you anymore, piece of shit. It's fucking working now. No, it's not plugged in here. I'm fucking done with this shit. You want me to tell them I'm single? It's about to be true, piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. Small dick anyways.
It always comes down to that, doesn't it? Oh, I apologize. I apologize for subjecting you to that so early in the stream here. Oh, man. I had to hit that. No, that's not Destiny. That is absolutely not. Are you kidding? You think Destiny could pull Amaranth? You guys don't know who that is, do you? It's probably for the best that you don't. I don't know. Some of you probably do. She's a Twitch streamer, I believe. From my OPSEC, from all of the guys who've been telling me, that is Amaranth. I hope I'm saying her name right. Actually, I don't even really care if I'm saying her name right. This just dropped this morning, and I'm like, okay. You know, it's one of those things where it's like you kind of have to hit it real quick. Will Rollo talk about DJAkademiks or disrespecting FnF? Hold that thought, my friend Jay. My anonymous friend Jay. I wonder if this will happen. No, but before we get to that, yeah. So I mean, that's some pretty like intense shit. Like a lot of the stuff that I was watching on this, like that's actually from a much longer video. Be glad I didn't play the whole thing, because if I played the whole thing, yeah, dude, come on, man, come on. You know me. If all I ever do is respond to like reaction video, react to me. I'm like, do you guys remember Jim Rome? I know some of you probably remember Jim Rome. He used to have this saying, like, he'd be like, react to me. Like, that's what I have to do. I was like, react. Okay, well, I don't want to do nothing but reaction videos. Again, it's about sizzle and steak, my friends. There has to be a steak with the sizzle. So, like, if I'm going to give you a red meat, then I am most definitely going to give you a little bit of sizzle to begin with. You got to come in real quick, and you better come correct. This stream will be legendary. The Hafeez and CGA debate needs you there to destroy the lies. I'll tell you what's funny. Well, you know what? Thank you for that super chat, my friend, official Kobe. Thank you, Kobe. So I wanted to start off with that because, well, it seems that all along this chick, Amaranth, is actually not single. Who would have thought? I already got to resort to the stream deck, and we're not even 1 minute into the show. Oh, man. So, yeah, apparently she is a very popular, let's say, Twitch streamer. TikTok. Is she on TikTok? Is she a tick thought? A thick thought? Apparently she has made a good living, let's just say, off of Twitch. And now suddenly it's exposed that she's married. Really? That's funny because another dude a fat kid in Brazil just got outed for being married as well. Wow. Well, you might wonder why I am starting today's podcast a little bit late. Sorry, well, an hour late. I'll try to make up for it with some spicy content. At least, as again, sizzle and steak. But the reason why I'm 1 hour behind is because I had to go to the airport to pick up my wife from by the way, Reno Airport. I've been to a lot of airports. I still say Reno is the best. Anyways, a small airport, small-ish airport. But I had to go pick up my wife of 26 years. Just saying. And that's not a flex. That's just a statement of fact. So I've always been upfront with that. I've always been upfront with the, is Rollo, how can Rollo talk about this stuff? He's married. And I love this because I have been sort of run up the flagpole, as you guys know, several times. Oh God, no, not a week goes by. It's almost like I can't comment on any marriage stream, which of course, really, whenever you put Hafeez and CGA together, I mean, that was like, by the way, Adam, perfect match right there. It's like a perfect pairing, like you have wine with a nice, a nice Chianti with fava beans with steak, right? I mean, that was a very good pairing. And I don't know if that was intentional or if that was meant to. I think that the producers at Valuetainment are finally starting to get an idea of who's going to be a good combination on Adam's one show a week. Which is Thursdays, by the way. And of course, that's the red meat, red pill Thursdays for Adam, which I feel partially responsible for simply because his producers follow my Instagram feed, or they look at my streams, or they look at who probably just go through my contact list or see who's following me. And then run down the list because, by the way, you're not putting anything past me, guys. I also know that you were talking to Brian from whatever podcast. and before you go and ask Brian to come, I'll fly. Before you ask him to fly himself out to Fort Lauderdale, have a look at his streams a little bit. I like Brian. I hope I'm seeing it. I think it's. Is it Brian? What the hell is it? Brian Atlas? Is that what his name is? I'm pretty sure it is. I've been kind of lurking in there in whatever podcast, just watching things go. It's interesting to see the formula trying to be repeated, that fresh and fit formula trying to be repeated in other people's shows. And he's not the only one. He's not the only male one. He's not the only male one either. Just leaving it there. So I see that the producers and the whoever's doing your bookings at Valuetainment, bravo. Keep following me. Keep following my. You know, it's funny. I fully expect that. Oh, by the way, and Mike Sartine, if you'd like to talk to Mike, I'd be happy to sort of facilitate that. I think we're probably going to make a trip out to Miami sometime in November, anyways. So we'll be doing that. Excuse me, Devil Mountain Coffee. I have to drop that plug in there because I want to get free coffee at some point because they're in Vegas. Yeah. So when I see a pairing like Hafeez with CGA, and as far as I know, I believe this is the first time Coach Greg Adams has been on Sosnick's show. And I will say this, I've had my, I'll explain to you why I have a problem with CGA, and it's not really even a problem so much. It's just that I think there is, I think there's some things that need to get sorted out, basically. And I'll explain that later on once we get to that section of today's show. But I did want to show Amaranth first here because this is, a lot of people are saying that this is a formula. A lot of people are saying, some say that this is internet hype to generate outrage, to generate clicks. That, by the way, that video, those were just snippets from that video. I did not give you the whole thing. And trust me, I'm doing you the favor by not giving you the whole thing. It has 9.1, almost 10 million views on that right now. Well, whether across Twitch or Twitter, I picked it up off of Twitter, by the way. Thank you I forget who gave it to me. John MLD is going to do a full breakdown on that, I believe, tomorrow. He was saying before Showtime that was what he was going to do. So I'm going to give him props for that. He did give me this suggestion, so I get out ahead of it, right? I don't know enough about her to speak knowledgeably, but I will say so. So therefore, I will leave it at this. It looks to me like this is a situation of, you've got a streamer who has pretty much made a living on the idea or the perception that she is single and therefore attainable. And I thought that was the more interesting aspect of this. I think John's probably going to hit on the beta male husband, who is the one that's on the phone, by the way, berating her and losing his mind. Sounds quite a bit like a pathological personality to me, and is kind of just losing it. Marty swore, losing his shit. And you know, you could follow that thread and that whole thing too. I'm sure that's probably a factor, but I think that when you look at, I believe she started the trend of like hot tub live streams or something on Twitch, which I thought was supposed to be a gaming / ramble on kind of format, on thing. Good on you, Amazon, but she's very popular, apparently. Moneymaker. I don't know if she's on OnlyFans. Who knows? But of course, there was an OnlyFans girl that was on Adam Sosnick's show again. And what I think is interesting is in that whole exchange is that you have this perception that this person has this young woman with big boobies, red hair, and she's crying. And of course, you get a visceral reaction when you see a woman crying. And what happens is, I think that we have this perception of who that person is online versus who that person is offline. And so when we see that person offline, or we see that person on like a hot mic, they don't know the mic's hot kind of thing, then we kind of get the, I'm going to go here, switch to camera B. Then we get you guys like this one? I don't know if I like this angle quite. I'm still experimenting with, Red One Studio, which is now Blue One Studio today. I said boobies. Yes, I will continue to say boobies too. That's camera B. That's camera A. I have so much room in here. I'm going to try to get the devil horns back. I'm sorry. It's like way back there. So I have to pull the desk back to get the devil horns again. And by the way, I did that quite unintentionally back when I was at the old studio. But everybody expects it now because I always have the Cytheria back there. Anyways, yeah, I do need some devil. Here, you know what? Let's celebrate here. Well, I don't have their cup, but I do have this one. Anyways, always got to keep my my throat lubricated for this one because you guys know I'm going to try to be measured today. I'm going to try to be as measured as I possibly can. I'm going to try to take it down a notch here. I'll try to be a little bit, let's say, calculated. Calculated. Yeah, maybe that's what we do. Oh, is that good? That's good. Okay. You hated the Vegas airport? Yeah, I can understand. Vegas, it just kind of depends on when you're there, I think. Okay, nah, fucking go balls out. Yeah, well, okay, well, you know me. So I wanted to throw that out there because this is a prime example. This girl, Amaranth, am I saying it right? Amaranth, I believe. Trust me, I ain't going for 4 hours today. I will not go for 4 hours today. My voice will not last 4 hours today. I got sick, by the way, in Vegas. I'm hoping I will be a little bit more well-rested and I will rest my voice. I get this way when I go and I do a lot of speaking and then like I don't take care of myself. I'm living on freaking like Fresh and Fit time or Las Vegas time. So Mike Sartain. Oh, my goodness. Mike is in the house. Here we go. There we go. Hey, Mike. Oh, by the way, I have a link that I want you guys. I'll put it in the description here. I am now going to be doing affiliates with Mike and his Men of Action group. So if you're looking for group counseling, if you're looking for one-on-one, if you're looking for if you're looking for live infield stuff, Mike is the way to go. I'll explain that later on when I get to the top of the first hour. We'll get to that. So, anyways, do you like the blue today? Yeah, the blue's all right. I think it's all right. Is it? Thank you. All right. Come on, man. Come on, man. I hope that's the real Mike. I met Mike. If that's you, text me and then I will turn you into a mod. Yes, I did. I went to the Death Angel show against my better judgment. I only watched Death Angel though. I was just too sick to stick around for Exodus and Testament, which were great. And I met one of my. I got to say this at the beginning of the show because nobody else is gonna. You'll never get to the end of this. In the replay anyways, but I got to meet one of the coolest guys I've ever known. His name is Ted Aguilar, and he is one of the guitarists and one of two guitarists of Death Angel. And one of my, as far as thrash goes, probably I think is one of the most underrated guitar players in like thrash metal. And I got to hang out with him just for a little bit. I went to the meet and greet. I got some pictures. If you go and you look at my Instagram, you'll see. I happen to have a Ted Aguilar signature series LTD guitar, and it's the Frost White one or the Arctic White one. And I had all the guys in the band sign it. They are the coolest dudes. I mean, they are the most easygoing, coolest guys in the world. And I know because I've been at events where like I have to like sign, do autographs and I have to do photos and everything like that. And they probably have to do it way more than I do, right? But like when I go to like convention or something like that, people want to, I can get a picture with you. Yes. But like, so I understand what they're going through. And I was just like, man, these guys are like the most down to earth, coolest guys that you would ever want to meet. And they love doing what they're doing. So just saying that, I want to throw that out there. They were really cool. So especially Ted, who I follow on Instagram, and you should too, if you're into that music. Anyways, no, I'm sorry. I do not have ADHD. I know a few people who do, but, I think people mistake me for like having ADHD because my brain kind of works in a different way, not because I have ADHD, but like because I'm a writer. And when I'm writing, especially for like essays and stuff like that, Alex, hey, you want some writing tips? Here you go. When I write for essays and stuff, or even when I'm doing the show prep for these shows, I'm always thinking like 3 steps ahead. I'm like a chess player when I write and when I do shows. And the reason why is because it's been like after like 10 years of this stuff, I know what the comebacks are going to be. I know what the, hey, you didn't think of this, right? So that's my brain. Actually, I'm not ADHD. I'm like trained to think in those ways. So like, I'm always thinking, okay, how are people going to misinterpret this? I better account for that. I better have a contingency for that. So that's why I'm always thinking, I'm a chess player, you know, I'm just trying to think, I'm not the top G, I'm a chess player. Anyways, as far as Amaranth is concerned, I started with her because who we present ourselves as. Oh, that is you, Mike. Thank you. Okay, I'll mod you, Mike. Thank you. As far as Amaranth's concerned, I think that, and I've written about this by the way in essays. We are who we present ourselves to be, and if you've read my my 5th book, which is the Player's Handbook, I have it in the introduction section in the very first chapters of that. The first chapter is actually called Brand Management, and I talk about how a lot of people today are becoming their brands. Does that make sense? They're becoming their online personalities, or they would like to be. I've done shows with Dr. Red Pill from Turkey, that Dr. Oz, who by the way is in a lot of hot water these days. I think I might have him on Wednesday if I can get it, if I can do it from Vegas, because I will be in Vegas this week and next. But he's a cosmetic surgeon, and you probably heard me talk about this before. It's what's it called? Zoom dysphoria. That's what it is. Or dysmorphia. Sorry, dysphoria. It probably is dysphoria too. Dysmorphia. And what that is like, it's the idea that people get so addicted to the idea of having like this is what they look like. And by the way, there's facial smoothing on that camera right there. So you can, I look so nice and I look so good with this filter on, that they go to cosmetic surgeons and say, Doc, I need you to make me look like I do on my Instagram. I need you to make me look like I look on my Zoom calls, because that's the real me. That's the real me. And I think that when we start to like blur the lines between like what our genuine identity is, when we turn off the stream, or when we turn off the Twitch, or whatever stream, whatever, that we revert back to do you think so? I don't think so. I don't think do you think it's a go? Do you think ADD? Of course, now here I'm breaking a wave to what gives me ADHD? It's shit like this. That's why. What gives me ADHD? See, I'm watching the chat here. That's what trained me. That would condition me. You guys want ADHD? Try doing a live stream solo for God knows how many years and watching this stuff at the same time. That's what gives me ADHD. But anyways, becoming the brand that you're presenting yourself at. And by the way, if you are online in any capacity, I don't care if you're like a 9-year-old girl if you have an Instagram account, you're your own brand. You're managing your own brand. You're curating your pictures so people will like those things. You're curating that look, that appeal. And that transfers over into a lot of things. And so what happens is you'll see people sort of becoming their brand. And I've noticed this. I started noticing this right after 2020, I think, because I think we started spending a lot more time online, obviously, because we're all locked in our homes, at least in the US and such. And I think that maybe it has been going on for a while, but I just really kind of started paying attention to it when just post the C word, post pandemic. And I think that's really what started the Zoom dysmorphia as well. And so people really want to look, they want to actually be that persona that's on the screen, right? And they present themselves as something, you say you're posing or whatever, they're presenting themselves as what their brand is. And you know what I'm going to do here real quick? Hold on. Wait. Oh, stop it. God damn it, man. The chat's going crazy today. Where are you? I'm going to now make Mike. Where'd you go, Mike? Where's Mike? Damn it, Mike. Sorry. I'll get you. I will mod you. Again, I'm a one-man show, right? But we become our brands. and the man becomes the brand. Now, I use this analogy. I'll use it again. Oh, man, I got this great book on Ziggy Stardust, but there's an analogy that I use. Hi, Echo. I use in the 5th book. And I don't know if I've really elaborated on this, but it's the Ziggy Stardust effect. Okay. So if you know who, do you know who David Bowie is? You probably should know who David Bowie is. David Bowie, right around, I want to say it's like 69, 70, somewhere around there. He did this album called Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. It was a really fantastic, it was like huge. You'll hear that music in like movies and stuff today. And David Bowie was very much I would say an innovator and very much an artist and very, and by the way, very heterosexual for as much as everybody wants to say otherwise. I think it was actually a brilliant like human being in general, but he did a concept album and it was called Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. And he essentially built up this persona for himself that was Ziggy. And Ziggy Stardust was supposed to be an alien. Literally an alien. Like, if you ever saw the movie Man Who Fell to Earth, if you haven't, I suggest you do. If you want to understand this a little bit more. But he presented this character of Ziggy that was an alien from another world, and he was here as a messenger to give the humans message. His message of whatever it is, knowledge, peace, whatever. I don't know, whatever. And the problem is he sold himself so well as Ziggy that his fans reacted to it and started calling him Ziggy. They thought David Bowie was now not David Bowie anymore. He is now Ziggy, not the character that he was creating. And the show was fantastic. If you've ever seen any of the video of the old school video of Ziggy Stardust and Mick Ronson was the guitar player, fantastic guitar player. And they had such an engaging, immersive like stage show for that time. And they sold it so well that people, like fans, started to. I mean, he says this in the book. I got the book right now. In the book, that people started to believe that he actually was Ziggy Stardust, this messenger from beyond another dimension or another planet or something. Maybe not like all entirely, but he was so believable, and he stayed in character so often that he started to become Ziggy Stardust. He created a new personality for himself, all based on the character of Ziggy Stardust. And in a Rolling Stone, and this I think it was in 2015 or 2016, like right before, because he passed away. I want to say 2018. I forget when he died, but it was just prior to him passing away. They asked him, said, "Why didn't you never go back to being Ziggy?" And David Bowie said, "Well, Ziggy was taking over. That's why." Right? Hi, Hollabadge. Yeah, that is actually my real name. You got me. Oh, man, you got me. There you go. But when they asked him, say, well, why didn't you go back to being Ziggy? And he said, well, because Ziggy was taking over. The personality that he had created, the character he created, he stayed so long in that character that he felt like that personality was literally becoming his authentic personality. And I think that to a larger effect, that's what's happening right now. So when we sell ourselves and we work at it and we play this character online so often that we become that person, we become that character that we build for ourselves, that online persona. And yes, the name Rollo Tomasi is actually from, anybody know? LA Confidential. Go look at it. By the way, I think LA Confidential should be an Americana movie. It's like one of those movies that you probably should see if you're an American, or if you're a movie aficionado. The Godfather, go watch that. Go watch, I don't know, Blues Brothers. Go watch Ghostbusters. Whatever you think is, but that should be on the list of movies that you should definitely see. I thought it was fantastic. I took the name because there is no actual character called Rollo Tomasi in that movie or that book, by the way. It is the moniker of a criminal that killed. I forget, was it Guy Pearce's character's name? Ed Easley. I think it's Ed Easley. Anyways, he's the rookie cop, right? And he's a cop because his father was killed by some anonymous criminal, and so he gave him the name Rollo Tomasi. And so any criminal or any person that gets away with it is Rollo Tomassi. That's why he got into it, right? So it was just a made up name by another made up character. And I took it at the time because certainly I've been using that name since, gosh, I want to say 1999 or 1998, something like that. And when I was in the forums, that's what I used. And that's why when I started writing under a pseudonym, which was Rollo Tomassi, right? And if you go and you look at, trying to think who else, like Myron Gaines, his name is not Myron Gaines. Fresh CEO, sorry, not his name either. Got him. You got him. I guess, oh, you know what? You got me. You know my real name. I guess I'll turn off the stream and go home now. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, I'll stop being who I'm not. No, this is part of who I am for sure. But I'm not allowing this, persona. My pen name is just a pen name. I can turn that off. I know the difference between who I am as a brand and who I am as a person. And I think that is a line that's becoming very much blurred these days. So DJAkademiks, not his real name. Oh, what is his real name? Livingston something? I don't even know his full real name. Got him. Well, I guess you know his name. So now he has to turn off his stream now. You got him. Good job, internet mob. No, that's not how things work. Madonna, not really her real name. Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, no, not them either. I guess they should quit. Good job, guys. Good job. We found him out. Ed Exley, that's what it was. Damn it, I thought it was Easley. Exley. That you're right. You are absolutely right. By the way, go check that out. That LA Confidential is like a classic, and you'll love it if you haven't. It's got Russell Crowe. Guy Pearce, who's one of my favorite actors of all time. It's got Kevin Spacey when he was still good. And it has Danny DeVito is in it. Kim Basinger. Yeah, all-star cast. Go check it out. It's a really great movie. 1997. So we're becoming kind of like our own brands. And I think that when you see stuff like this with Amaranth and she gets found out to being married, then it breaks that character and it forces that person to sort of deal with what their online brand and their persona is versus who they are really. And I don't know if this is a hoax. That's the thing that gets me. It's like when I see stuff like this, I don't know if this is like a put on or a plan or staged, right? It's getting to the point right now where I'm expecting this kind of stuff. It's what I've called in the past outrage brokership. And I saw it happen with Roosh in the old days. I saw it happen with Milo Yiannopoulos, Mike Cernovich for sure. And again, this is the old days being 2015, 2016. I think it worked for them fairly well, but I think now we've kind of industrialized it. Now it's much more effective because even when we're not on our official YouTube podcast, someone somewhere is taking a video. Oh, hey, dude, I got an exclusive video of Rollo Tomassi with his wife and his dogs. Oh my God, they're actually walking the dogs outside on the street. Can you believe that? And but you have to remember that if you are going to become your brand, expect that. Everyone's the paparazzi now. Right? Remember what if you know this quote, if you probably know this quote, maybe you don't know where it comes from, but Andy Warhol, artist Andy Warhol, once said that everyone will be famous for 15 minutes. Well, we've already arrived at that. I think right now we should reverse that and say in the future, everyone will be anonymous for 15 minutes because everyone's their own brand. Who was the guy who was the CEO of Sun Oracle? Somebody will know who he is. He said, I remember this was a controversial statement back when he made it. He said, forget about privacy. You're never going to have privacy again. Like privacy is a pipe dream. Because it was like, I think he was like he was on a Senate hearing or something. I want to say it was like back in like 1998, age myself a little bit. who's the CEO from Sun Microsystems? Larry Ellison. Thank you. Yeah. I remember when he made, and I think now it's like, yeah, you're going to be anonymous for 15 minutes. People go and dig up my daughter all the time. They go dig up my knee. Thanks for digging up my freaking knees, man. What are you going to do? Oh, I got his knees. She knows. Everybody knows that I'm Rollo Tomasi. Everybody knows that, knows what I do. They certainly know it now. Yes, my wife has read my books. Thank you. So you're not, hey, is this Mrs. Tomasi? Why, yes, it is. Have you read, did you know that, Aaron Rolf Tomasi says, any sex you wait for is not worth the wait? My wife would be like, click. And by the way, you will not find my wife on any social media, not because I keep her under my thumb, but because she has no bloody interest in your, dramatic world. But yeah, I think it's interesting to think that we've become Ziggy Stardust. We've become our own versions of Ziggy Stardust, and we're having a harder and harder time. Oracle, sorry, it's not Sun. I keep thinking, I always pair those two, Oracle. But I think it's interesting that we're having a harder and harder time separating the man from the brand, to the point where I have conversations with guys who everything that comes out of their mouth is brand. It's like, what would my character, what would my Ziggy Stardust say to this guy in this situation? Rather than, dude, can we just be like dudes and go like have a beer? Can we be just dudes and go work out? Can we just be guys and go see a concert? Can we just be guys and like, talk shit about each other, like rib each other kind of thing? Can we just do that? I want to talk to the man, not the brand. That's what one of the reasons I really like Mike Sartain is I talk to a man. I don't talk to a brand. I talk to him. Now, everybody, when you see someone like that, or you see me, or you see, that's other people too. Yeah, Donovan Sharp is a good example of this. I'm trying to think who else. There's a lot of people out there. So, some can make that separation and some people can't. I want to talk to the man. I don't want to talk to the brand, because I would like Justin Waller. Justin Waller is like in my family. He may as well be part of my family. He has met my wife. He has drank my wine. He has pet my dogs. Sterling Cooper has pet my dogs. I have people in my family that I love. By the way, if I introduce you to my wife, if you come to see me in Tahoe or something, I like Jason Hartman. Jason Hartman is in my family. Torshaa is now in my family. I consider Kevin and Rocky and Mark will probably eventually be. They've never met my wife, but they'll probably be in the family at some point. If I trust you enough to introduce you to like my real life, to not the brand, to the man, I expect you to appreciate that. That's a level of trust right now where it's like, I have to be really, especially now, I have to be really wary of that, because I have trusted people in the past, 2019, who have not been worthy of that trust or respect. So anyways, I wanted to point out the Ziggy Stardust effect, because I see that happening with Amaranth here. And I also see that it's a two-way street. The character that's built online, the character that you see, that like this girl right here, like, do I have that? I didn't pull her out. The girl that's on there. Oh wait, here. Is this the girl?
I've been wanting to tell people that, let's just stream together.
That's a character. That's a character to me. Even if this is
fucking married, because it's like our relationship would be better. We just stream it instead of fighting all the time. But no, Mr.
Even if that's real, my initial perception is this is a put on. She's in character. She's playing a game. She's trying to provoke emotion. She's trying to manufacture outrage so she can get literally 9 million views. That's where it was at or at least 9.1 when I started this stream. So that's what I'm thinking. But the reason I'm thinking that is because that is Amaranth, by the way. Yes, that is. Oh, she got a busted face. Oh, thank you. You know what? You know what's funny is like when you see a chick like that, people talk shit about like Torshaa. Torsha's absolutely stunningly gorgeous. I mean, her body is like hitting. She's got a stripper body. She's got nice boobies, like well manufactured boobies. But people go, oh, she got a busted nose. We talked about this, by the way, on Access Vegas, which was a week ago or 2 weeks ago now. That's the first thing that they're going to find. That we got to find a flaw in that person. Here's the thing: you finding the flaw in that person? Are you saying, oh, these girls are plastic, or Mike is this way, or Rolo is this way, or whatever? You, as a viewer, and me too, mea culpa, as a viewer, as a consumer, contribute to building that character. So Ziggy Stardust was not just a creation of David Bowie. It was a creation of the people who were so immersed in the story and the idea and the concept of David Bowie that they actually, like let's just say a percentage of them, believed that he was actually a messenger from the stars. They build that character. In fact, that's what he said in the interview. I had to leave that because I felt as if Ziggy was taking over David Bowie. And I'm glad he let it go, because David Bowie had a lot more to give than Ziggy Stardust ever could. So it's a good thing that he did that. But we play these characters, and sometimes if you want to, I forget who said this. I don't know if it was, somebody's going to give me the quote, right? It's probably like Nietzsche or something like that. But like, we don't see who a real man is when his mask is off. We actually see who he is when the mask is on, because there's a comfort in being who the hell we want to be when we have that mask on. And by mask, I mean the character that we play, our online brand. So when I see this poor girl, right? Poor girl. I don't even want
Don't say that, because it's going to run a business model. It's not time yet.
Okay, so this outrage, it might be, okay, well, we're just going to have this online fight. And because she didn't turn the camera off, she could have turned it off, but she didn't. And so when I see stuff like that, and when I see the stuff that went down with Akademiks on Fresh and Fit, and I'm not going to opine on that today, but when I see the stuff that goes on online, and it's not, I could use that. That's in my sphere. I can point, okay, here's a good example, right? I can point to that, but I have to be careful. I have to really measure my words, and I have to measure my observations, I think, too, because I don't know what is the character and what's really going on behind the scenes. So that's why I'm like, hands off. And people want to ask me, and I got this already earlier in the let's see, where do you say? Is this what you said? Let's see. Rolo, could you bridge the gap between saying women are okay? Yeah. By the way, hold that thought. I am coming back to that. Did you see Poor Man's podcast on Saucecast? I super chatted in saying you wanted to get him on your show. Yeah, thank you for doing that. By the way, I didn't see your super chat on that show, but I would very much like to do some kind of collab with Poor Man. I think he's got a lot to say. I like his stuff. Let's see where to go. There was one other one. Anyway, somebody was asking me, are you going to opine on the DJ? What do you think of what's going on with DJ Akademiks and Myron and Fresh and the Master? You have to understand that, like, the level of wait, where is it? I have to look this up. The level of self-control that I have to have right now in all of this, I don't think you guys can really appreciate the degree of self-control I have to sort of exercise at this point. And ironically enough, I followed the Dune quote, this quote here from Dune Quotes on Twitter. And this is from, I think it's from the original book. It says, often I must speak other than I think. This is called diplomacy. So I'm going to be diplomatic today. And I am going to respect my friends involved in all of this. And I am not going to, this is not a dedicated stream about anything that has to do that. That's why I'm sticking with CGA and Hafeez, which I've done a million times, but I still think it's applicable. However, I will leave it this. I'm not going to say anything that I didn't already say back in January of this year. I think that still stands. And here's what I'll say. I hate being right all the time. How's that? Is that okay? Is that good enough? I hate being right all the time. It's a blessing and it's a curse, man. It's not fun sometimes. People think, oh, Roladamus. No, it's not. I don't have any powers of precognition or anything like that. I just hate being right all the time. So I like to think that I'm a better judge of character now, especially after everything that went down in 2019 with Anthony Johnson, who, by the way, is hey, congratulations on Anthony. I just want to congratulate you on the 12 to 15 people that showed up to the 21 convention once again for the second time. More speakers than there were attendees. However, again, I have learned my lesson the hard way. What do they say? Experience teaches harsh, but it teaches best. Well, sometimes you got to learn. Sometimes you got to. So I have been taken to the woodshed, and I will be the first to admit it. And the thing is if you don't learn from that kind of stuff, tell me something I don't know, Kobe. Tell me something. Oh, really? And I'm not blaming you, man, but it's like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's like repeat a lie often enough, and people will start believing it. Thanks for pointing that out, by the way. We will get to that for sure. I wanted to let you guys know that I've been taken to the woodshed several times. I think it was Ryan Stone said, hey, Rolly, you're very red pill when it comes to women, but you're not very red pill when it comes to men. I think I'm very red pill when it comes to men now. I wasn't before. He's right. I was not before. I like to think I'm a better judge of character right now. So anyways, I have, I have to love, like I was saying before, if you have seen or if you've been around my wife or whatever, there's only one person who has met my daughter face to face, and that's Torshaa. But if I have you in any way, like, if my dog's names are, or my wife's name is, or if you've hung out with me somewhere, I consider you in the family, but I also consider other people in my family. And Fresh is one of those guys. Fresh is one of my best friends. I love him like a brother. You guys don't, again, you don't know what's going on behind the scene. I can talk to the man that is Fresh, that is Walter. I can talk to that man. I can talk to the man that is Myron. I can't say that for a lot of other dudes that are in this sphere. When I hear Hafeez, for example, that is all brand. It's all cope, but it's all brand. Because his brand is trying to sell Christian marriage to the masses. When I see guys who come in on sort of like the Christian red pill kind of thing, or it doesn't even have to be the Christian red pill. I mean, there's Muslim red pill too. And I'm not saying they're all brand, but I'm just saying that there is a want for combining religious conviction with red pill truths. And I get that. I understand the desire for the hell. I tried to sort of explain that in my fourth book, Religion. But I know Fresh personally, and I talked to him. I could call him up right now and have him on the show. I have had him on the show. Y'all remember when all the Miranda stuff went down? I do, because I had him on my show. I still got I got the podcast that's still up. By the way, I am the anonymous podcast that actually gave him a platform when all that shit was going down. And he was like he did a lot. He was streaming live on my show while he was in the car with Miranda on that time. So people always say, well, Rollo, you always defend these guys. Well, defending is one thing. Another thing is to actually let them speak their piece. Give Fresh and Myron a platform on which to, or people say clout jacking, but it's not so much clout jacking. It's a collaboration. And if you are my friend, thank you. Yes, Ned. Yeah, congratulations. You are now in the family. By the way, I do have the it's not up yet, but I have more than enough room for the Greyhound cam again in this very large studio. So when you come at my boys, I would say the same thing to Justin, by the way, I'm going to defend them, but I'm going to also hold them accountable, because that's what iron sharpens iron, right? I'm not going to sit here and say, men shouldn't be accountable. I'm going to say that I will hold them accountable, and it's tough love, right? I will be the one who says, you know what? Sometimes you just got to take your own friends to the woodshed and say, dude, do you see what's going on here? I'm saying, if I didn't do that, I've done that with John MLD. I have done that with Fresh and Myron before. I have done that with other people that I know in the sphere. And if I'm doing that, it means that I care enough to actually give a shit about telling you, hey, dude, this is what I'm seeing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I'm seeing. It's men holding other men accountable. And there's a lot of talk about holding women accountable. We've done that. We build platforms. We build shows, successful podcasts on holding women accountable, because the way we hold women accountable and the way we hold men accountable are two different animals. They're two different things. Women are rarely held accountable. And you want to know why shows like Myron Fresh or Kevin Samuels or Hell My Show or whatever else, one of the reasons why we're so popular, one of the reasons, and I don't even like specialize in that, but the fact that or Andrew Tate, right? One of the reasons he's outrageous is because he has the balls to hold women accountable. That's one thing. If we hold men accountable, then we go, oh, that's good. That's good that he responsibility. Tell him to be the best version of himself that he can be. Like, nobody has a problem with that. Nobody has a problem with holding other men accountable. I think that what happens if there's any disconnect in your friend who is a man holding you accountable as a man, if there's any disconnect, it's because you're so soaked in your brand that you can't be your all brand. And you can't speak your Ziggy Stardust. You cannot speak from any other perspective than the character that you made for yourself. And that's when you're really lost. So if I'm critical of my friends, it's not because I'm trying to get one up on them. It's not because I'm trying to build my brand above their brand. It's because I care enough to actually be a guy who's going to hold you accountable. That's what our teachers are supposed to do. That's what our coaches are supposed to do. That's what our leaders are supposed to do. They're supposed to hold us accountable. They're supposed to say, here's where we're going, and this is a bad direction. Somebody has to drive the goddamn bus. And that is the greatest problem that I see right now. Okay, tell me why. Tell me why, dickhead. Here, give it to me. I'll hold you accountable right now, JJ. Why is this fake? Fuck you. Tell me why. Come back. Really, come back on her. I'll give you a platform. Here's that attention you wanted. Right? Okay, let's go. Let's go, dude. No? Didn't think so. Okay, well, bye. Wait, where's that? I haven't used this in a while.
Bye, Felicia.
Yeah. Exactly. So, when you're holding a guy accountable, we have different sensibilities. We have iron sharpens iron, bro. Right? Okay, that's take it as it comes. But the idea is that if I take the time to actually say, dude, here's what I'm seeing. Here's what's going on. You got to know that I care about. I wanted to use this. I forget what movie it was, but it was Denzel Washington, and it was him as a black father talking to his black son, and thinking that his son thinks that his father hates him, right? Because he is, and I forget which movie it was from, so correct me if I'm wrong. But he was talking to him and say, well, whose house do you live under? My house. Whose food do you eat? Whose food is in your belly right now? My food. Blah blah blah. And he's like, why do you think that is? He's like, because you like me? No, and it's because it's his responsibility as a father to do those things. And it's not because he likes offenses. That's it. Thank you very much. If you ever saw that scene, like that's a real ass scene. That it's funny that Denzel. Yeah, it was Denzel. That scene was probably written because something close to that really probably happened. And if not, some variation did, I'm sure. And it's like next to impossible to have that scene from Fences. It's next to impossible to have that conversation with anybody who has their own brand, especially if that brand is bigger than yours, especially if that online brand is pulling in millions and you're not, you're doing good, but like people, who do you respect in your industry? And it doesn't have to be the sphere. It could be like your work, whatever you do for a profession. It could be like whatever your path. You could be a musician, right? You could be an actor. You can be a doctor. You can be a lawyer, whatever it is, like in your own profession. Like, who do you respect enough, and who do you think is respectable enough for you to go, you know what? I'm going to check you on that. Because when somebody does that, it means that they care enough to do that. But the problem is like when we're in that brand, we're thinking that we're going to get attacked by another brand, when in fact it's just the man trying to tell the other man, this is what I see happening. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up here first before we get into CGA is because I wanted to point some things out when it comes to the stuff that's going on right now. When I look at the Amaranth thing, and I look at what's going on with DJAkademiks, like people like ask me, like, "Well, are you gonna do a whole reaction video on DJAkademiks?" What am I gonna say? What am I gonna say that I did not say back in January? And all I said was DJAkademiks is not your friend. I didn't call him a snake. By the way, that comment that came out of that was the comment threads. I didn't come out of my mouth. I went and watched the replay. I'll go get it for you if you want. But it didn't come out of my mouth. And again, I was as measured as I could be because I knew what was going on between them. And I'm like, DJAkademiks is not your friend. And you have to be careful of who you let into your house. As I said before, like if I let you in my house, I think you are part of my family. If I introduce you to my dogs, my wife, and my kid, or whatever, you are part of my family, because that takes a lot. I know I did not call him a snake. You guys called him a snake, not me. Somebody repeated that to him, I'm sure, but that was in the comments for damn sure, but it didn't come out of my mouth. So, and even if it did, you know, I hate being right all the time. I really do. I think, as I said, I think I'm a better judge of character these days. And apparently now, you know, like I said, I don't know what's real and what's not. I don't know if that video of him like smacking that girl up in the whatever, where was that? Wherever, in Brickell or something, like in a hotel. I don't know if that was real. I don't know if that was staged. I don't know if any of this is just manufactured. I don't know if Amaranth is staged or not, because some people are saying, oh, it's just staged. You know, they're just trying to get clicks. They're trying to get super chat, farming super chats, right? They're trying to get, I don't know however you make money on Twitch, because I sure as hell don't. Thank you. Cup of coffee for me. Yeah, because you guys know I don't drink. You will never see Rollo Tomasi on any show shit-faced drunk. Just saying. I always bring the fire, and I always bring it sober. So just saying. Anyways, I don't know what's real. And I don't think a lot of other people know what's real. And what happens is when you don't know that, you're building their character. You're building up that persona. You're building up that brand of them, the brand of me. You're building up Ziggy Stardust. So there's this every time something happens, every time there's drama, every time there's an internet beef, anytime there's something else going on, you're building up not only your perception of that person, but their perception of themselves as that character. And so you have to be careful of that shit, because they'll start to become who they think that you expect them to be. And I don't care if you're on OnlyFans. I don't care if you're on Instagram. I don't care if you're in the manosphere or you're on like you're a gamer. You have to be careful of allowing your persona, your online persona, to take over the authentic, genuine, independent identity that you probably created, since you were a kid, right? Or unless that's actually you, right? Well, we should all be, we should all, fake it till you make it. Yeah, well, make sure that your make it isn't permanently faking it. That's what I'm saying. So the reason let's get back to accountability here real quick, because I'm going to segue into a little bit here by Rocky Savo and Kevin Savo, because they did a really brilliant breakdown of this, and I think you guys can appreciate this. I won't play the whole thing because it's just a tad long for my purposes today, but I think they really kind of nailed this. So I have to add this in.
You can see how these women are stagnant and they're not growing because they're not held accountable, and they avoid the responsibility, and all they have is other people telling you, yes. If all I ever had in my life was people telling me, yes, you're doing great, go ahead, okay, slay, da-da-da-da-da, I wouldn't know where to begin if I wasn't where I wanted to be.
I had a serious red pill realization. It took forever for this to click for me. When men make stupid decisions, the world is hard on us, and that's how we learn and grow. When women make stupid decisions, nobody's hard on them, and they're told that their stupid decision making is okay because you didn't know any better. You went with what felt right at the time, and it had a bad result, but we all get bad results sometimes. See, as men, we grow and we learn from making mistakes, being judged harshly for it, facing tough love from other men who check us when we're out of line, whether that's your boys, your father, your uncle, and they're gonna embarrass you, and they're gonna judge you, and they're gonna make you feel like shit at times, but that's the tough love necessary for growth. What clicked for me finally is that when women get that same dose of tough love at times, people clearly calling out bullshit, reckless, irresponsible behavior when they see it. They can't take it any other way than you must hate women, and women band together and rush to each other's aid anytime they're judged for clear, improper, irresponsible decision making, and collectively view any man that criticizes that decision making as women haters. But the reason it comes down to that is because everybody feels a sense of shame when someone holds them to their own accountability.
Okay, let them hold out right there. So that's a lot. That's a lot to process. Let's digest this for a quick second, okay? The way we hold men accountable is absolutely not the way that we classically, anyway, certainly in the last, let's say 45, 60 years, certainly since the sexual revolution, that we hold women accountable. If we do at all. I've mentioned this on several streams. I will, like, I can't even watch, like, my wife will say, hey, let's watch this new series on Netflix. It's something, you know, it's, I don't know, Virgin River. It's some shit. It's like some shit show, right? I'm like, okay, I'll watch this. I'll have my iPad while I'm doing. But I catch, you know, like the dialogue, and I always, I'm very sensitive. Maybe it's my red pill lens, but I'm always sensitive to like who did the writing on this, and who's the director, where's the story coming from, kind of thing. Because I've noticed that on a lot of series and a lot of these sort of dramas and stuff that are popular on Netflix or streaming service, it doesn't have to be Netflix, but I noticed that there is a trend when it comes to like the writing the female characters in there, and there's no judgment. In fact, literally, in some cases, I'm listening to dialogue where it's like, I would never judge you. They're so judgy and judgmental. And I've said this before. It's like, I think we need to be more judgmental. However, there's a difference. There's a distinction, let's say, between being judgmental or judgy or whatever and being discerning. So what's the difference? Well, you know, there's a difference. Like, I think we apply a negative connotation to being judgmental. Right. We think of that. I think we think of that in sort of like religious terms. Like it must be because, you know, you're this evangelical Protestant Christian and you're conservative. And so you're looking down your nose at us. And that's to me, that's the connotations and the emotional feel, I guess, that you get when you hear the word judgmental. It's like similar to like submission for women, like submission. Oh, my stars and garters. I can't believe he used that word. Right. But if you say, do you defer to your husband's authority, then you'll have a different conversation than it's, do you submit to your husband? I know it's neurolinguistic programming and it's splitting hairs and it's semantics. Yeah, I get it. But there are connotations, conflations that we have with certain words. So I'm trying to sort of like steer away from the word submission, and I'm using deference now. Because really, I think that more accurately describes what, you know, certainly a red pill perspective on it is about. But what I will say is this is like and to their credit, by the way, my boys, I feel pride of like when a teacher feels pride about their students getting something and becoming something more as a result of your teaching. I feel like teacher student pride right now. And by the way, I felt that for like a few other people as well, because they get it. Torshaa is another one. Of course, all the Sable brothers are one. I have a one-on-one counsel that I can't say his name, but he's getting it right now. And it just sort of like, you know, you beam with just a touch of pride, you know, because you're like, he did it on his own. Like these guys get it. And I'm glad they do. So, you know, I got to give them their flowers. But as far as identifying accountability, we're really familiar. One of the reasons like we have such we got such a freaking hard on for these, you know, holding women's feet to the fire on Fresh and Fit, or, oh, you got Frank Castle in. I'm awesome. The reason why is because we're not judgmental of women. We don't hold women accountable. We give them a ride constantly in so many different areas and so many different ways, socially, psychologically, you name it. And so when somebody like Andrew Tate or somebody like Fresh and Fit or anybody else in the ministry or Kevin Samuels comes up and holds women, you're average at best, holds women's feet to the fire, it sounds like misogyny. It's like saying, you know, I played this last week when I was at Sticky Paw Studio, when I did the breakdown of Piers Morgan versus Andrew Tate. Remember that? Yeah.
Round 1, fight.
Yeah. And what did Piers Morgan say? Well, anything that's anti-woman is misogynist. Really? Because right there, that's a prime example of a guy who's like, is he a boomer? I think he's boomer Gen. He's certainly not Gen X. That's a prime example of a guy who has been steeped in gynocentrism for a long time, of course, but like steeped in the idea that anything that could possibly be anti-woman is therefore then misogyny. Well, then how do you in any way hold a woman's feet to the fire? How do you hold her accountable? How do you hold the girls on Tinder Swindler? How do you hold them accountable? They were stupid, absolutely foolish to do what they did. I mean, after the first bank loan, if she really loves you, she'll take a bank loan out for you. It was foolish to do something like that. And what was funny is when I was watching that show, and I was watching, what was the other one? Was the one on Anna Sorokin? Creating Anna or something like that. Anna Sorokin, by the way, is a fantastic entertainment documentary. Go look up Anna Sorokin. It's fun. It was a great show. But you look at how these women get into these situations to the point where we can make docudramas out of these situations. And you know what would kill those docudramas? If some dude, her father, her uncle, her brother, her nephew, her personal trainer, her coach, whoever it is, stepped in and said, no, you're not going to get on that private plane of that Mossad agent that you just met on Tinder. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding? He's going to sell you into white slavery in Dubai or something like that. What are you thinking? Now, I got really kind of up in my self-righteous feels and yes, I did have an emotional response. And by the way, I'm not against emotional responses, especially when they're in the right here. But when you see Michaela Peterson trying to, petition her Instagram followers so that she can find a babysitter, and she's still doing that, by the way, she's still looking for a nanny in Fort Lauderdale. And you know what? If I would say, if you're considering it, don't consider it. That's her fucking responsibility. That's her liability, her accountability, and her responsibility is to Scarlett. Oh, I gotta find a nanny so I can do what I want. Because I want, she wants to stay in the Killed a Party. Everything I said in Killed a Party about this time last year, everything I said has come to pass. I hate being right all the time. Has come to pass. Why? Because no one still to this day is holding her accountable. No one held the girls in Tinder Swindler accountable because we don't do that. We don't hold women accountable. We don't want to anyways. Because if a man, God forbid, a man holds a woman accountable to the point where he has authority over her, yes, over her, to the point where he says, no, you're not, you're my daughter. You are absolutely not getting on that private jet to Bucharest or wherever they were going with his baby mama. What? Oh, I'm going to take out a loan for him. He's in trouble. He's a Mossad agent and they're out to get him. What? Why didn't somebody step in? Why? Where was the dad? Where was Jordan Peterson when Michaela's petition? She was very vocal about, I still have the videos. You want me to show you the videos? She's poolside thing. I don't know why this is a big deal. If I was your dad, I would tell you why it's a big deal. If I was your now husband, Jordan Fuller, I would tell you, what the fuck are you thinking? If I was the baby daddy, Andre, if I was Andre, who was the father of Scar, I would check your ass immediately. And maybe they did. I don't know. But she still was going through and she's still making, apology videos. And after the first bank loan for a Tinder Swindler, like, what the fuck are you doing? Not to mention the 9th one. Where is that judgment? Where is that discernment? Where is that, you know what? I care about you enough to actually be concerned and tell you need to be checked. Women are like, oh, how dare you say that I need to be checked? How dare you think that I need to do something other than,
how dare you?
How dare you think that I need to not follow my heart? How dare you not think that I'm, I don't know, given some divine, inspiration to know when I'm right about a Mossad agent on a private plane. And so, I mean, the reason why it's entertaining is because it's so outrageous. But like that was my first impression when I saw those shows, and that's the thing. So when men hold women accountable, we are seen as misogynists. We're seen as judgmental because of exactly the same effect that what Pierce Morgan was saying. Anything anti-woman is misogyny. And then, of course, I brought this up last week. It's like, well, does that mean that when you were talking shit about Meghan Markle, that was misogyny? Because you were critical of her, Piers. I would have gone there too. I kind of wish Andrew would have, because that would have been a conversation. Oh, on to the next question, on to the next topic. That would have got him. But I mean, sometimes if you do OPSEC on your opponents, if you know what they're going to say and what they're about, you might be able to head them off the pass. However, when we hold men accountable, men holding other men accountable, we have to also consider that those guys, whatever their egos are, whatever their personality or their brand of me, their personal brand is, we have to take that into consideration these days, because I think that a lot of guys are starting to like not want to be judgmental of other dudes because they're not being judgmental of the man, they're being judgmental of the character that guy portrays on his Instagram, on his YouTube, wherever. So I have to be very careful of that. So I think it's interesting to me that, and you'll still see, by the way, I believe, I don't think that they're necessarily wrong about this, but you'll still see like the Justin Wallers or Andrew Tates or Kevin and Rocky are going to describe this here in just a minute. You'll still see guys saying, well, iron sharpens iron, and we have to, keep our boys in check, and we want to do it offline. And Myron's right about that, because I saw the stream that happened after the incident. And, say, well, we don't air our dirty laundry out, and we handle it like men behind the scenes. Okay, well, that's great, but you still have to handle it. And I don't necessarily know what the conversation is or what the incentives are, but I will say this: by all indications, DJAkademiks is still not your friend. I'm gonna leave it at that. But holding people accountable, holding men holding men accountable is different than men holding women accountable. So I've said in the past, I will say this one more time here: we need to be more judgmental. We need to be more discerning, for sure, because we have discernment. Before you can get to the judgment, you have to be discerning. To get to discernment, then judgment. And I think we need to embrace being not judgmental, but like being a good judge of character, being a good judge of what's going on, and caring enough about that person to actually say, you know what, dude, let me tell you what I see going on. Like, even if it's something as simple as that might be a step in the right direction. Well, you don't know about my brand, man. We're going on. Okay, well, that's the brand. I'm talking to the man right now. I'm not talking to your brand. I'm not talking to your YouTube personality. I'm talking to you as the person. Okay? Can we talk like that? Because here's what I'm seeing happen. Here's what I'm seeing. I'm not saying, oh, it's a bad look, it's a good look, or whatever. I want to talk to you as a guy. And I don't think we can even, I think we have a really difficult time like separating that personality from the actual person, so that we can actually have that accountability, so that we can actually have that conversation in the first place. So when I see stuff go on and I'm like, I know these guys, some of these guys are my friends. I hate it when my friends fight. I'm like, why is that? Okay, well, I gotta get through the brand before I can, even tell you what I'm seeing. If I didn't care, I wouldn't say shit. Was it the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference? I would be indifferent to you. If I could just know, if I am trying to hold you accountable in some way, shape, or form, it's because I care enough, because I love you, to say something about it. If I didn't, I would just be, whatever, man. I got other things to do. I got better things to do than this stream, So so these guys, Rocky and Kevin just nailed this. So.
Everybody does. As a man, I've felt that. When my dad checked me on my bullshit. When my brothers checked me on my bullshit. We have a younger brother now. If we check him on his bullshit because we want to see him do better and we want him to learn from his mistakes, his first instinct is to think like, my older brothers hate me. My dad hates me. My uncles hate me. So that's normal. But that's how this all got misconstrued. Anyone who calls you on your bullshit with tough love because they want to see you do better in life is a hater to you. So same shit. If you say a woman should be held accountable for her mistakes, just like a man, a woman's gonna feel the same exact way and go, hater. They hate women.
So you have the perspective of the younger brother and the perspective of these women, and like collectively other women don't hold other women accountable. It makes me think about how as men growing up, even though it's hard, I wouldn't want to live in a life that doesn't hold you accountable. And it kind of, I mean, like men got to use that to an advantage for themselves, not an advantage over anyone else. But like, you can see how these women are stagnant and they're not growing because they're not held accountable, and they avoid the responsibility, and all they have is other people telling you, yes. If all I ever had in my life was people telling me, yes, you're doing great, go ahead, okay, slay, I wouldn't know where to begin if I wasn't where I wanted to be. I wouldn't know where to start. So like having that accountability and having that constructive criticism be looked at as, when you're younger, it sucks, but one day it clicks. But when you're a man like near our age, like to have that input on your life and on your decisions, and to have like something to bounce off of, it helps. So it kind of sucks as a woman to be in a community where you're not only not held accountable, but you're just kind of like force fed into this mindset of like, I'm not doing everything wrong, and I'm gonna delegate all my problems and everything that's an issue on another reason and not hold myself responsible. And then you don't have any room to grow or any assistance to grow. You have to figure that all out as yourself as a woman.
Yeah, thinking that a grown adult should take accountability for their actions and realize when they fucked up so that they can learn a lesson from it and grow has nothing to do with misogyny. It is natural to resist people that judge your actions and people that call you on your bullshit, even people that mean well, which is tough love. Just like a young male, like a troubled 17-year-old boy is going to think anybody giving him constructive criticism and tough love is a hater. But the difference is, I think women really never have to take accountability if they don't want to. If there's too many women in their circle telling them that their poor decision making was acceptable because you didn't know any better. So like a clear example is, a couple years back, I had a girlfriend. This girl stalked me, broke in the house, marked up my car. Yeah. She drew on my car.
She would drive by in the middle of the night and be like, "Fuck you, Kevin." We were like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, there was a lot of crazy antics that went on. We were fighting in front of the house, like waking the whole neighborhood up. And so as a dude, I already know not to even try this bullshit with the family when the family's like, what the fuck? Which my brothers were breaking my balls. My dad was breaking my balls. My boys were breaking my balls. What are you doing? Why would you pick a girl like this? I already know to say, well, let me start off by saying this was my fault. I'm an idiot. I met her at the club. I knew she was trash. I chose her because she was hot and the sex was fantastic. And now I am reaping the benefits of those decisions. Whereas a girl finds some dude who is clearly a fucking loser, who destroys her life, maybe destroys her finances, maybe puts hands on her. If she has a kid, it's even worse because now you're bringing a kid in danger with a situation like that. And I don't think there, on the reverse end, are enough moms, sisters, female friends that are like, you're a fucking idiot. It was clear as day this is not the man that you picked.
The dude's selling heroin, and she's like, well, you know.
Yeah, there's too many women that rush to that woman's aid and say, and I've heard this expression a lot, you were wearing rose-colored glasses. You didn't know any better. You did what felt right at the time, and this is the result. And sometimes you get a bad result, but you keep trying. And then generally what happens is, since a woman didn't have to meet any kind of shame, criticism, judgment from people in her circle, and I mean shame, criticism, and judgment from people you love who want you to learn a lesson from this. Like I did. I'll never fucking pick a chick like that again because I like my car. I like this car. The last car is fucking gone. It's fucked up because of decisions I made picking the wrong girl. So that on top of the family breaking my balls, that like, you just know. It's like, you know when you fucked up, it's reinforced to you. But since it's not reinforced to girls, they're told, hey, it's okay, you tried, try again next time. That doesn't help in aiding a situation where they think, okay, I'm gonna keep picking fucked up dude after fucked up dude after fucked up dude.
Because you gotta learn. So you hold the accountability, you take the, for lack of a better term, the failure of your decision, because you learn more from failure than anything.
Oh, wait, we got to stop here. Oh, Sneeko is the only red pill guy that has the courage to speak the total truth and has the stones, such as, example, please. None of you have the balls. How do you reach him? I don't know how you reach Sneeko, quite honestly, but I do know this. He was pretty hammered on that show. Just saying. Everybody said the same thing. I wasn't there, so I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. That doesn't seem like off to the right start. So, you know, I don't know enough about the guy. I don't know about the kid, by the way. But I will say this, by the way. If we're going to, again, holding people accountable, holding women accountable versus holding men accountable. If we're going to hold women accountable and say, you know what, you're 22 years old. Your experience is so limited that your take on this or your interpretation of like the data that I'm giving you or whatever, you know, we constantly see that on Fresh and Fit, but not just there. Like I can have conversations where it's like, well, you know, what are you going to do? She's 22. You know, at some point I kind of got to go, okay, if that's what I'm going to say to a 22-year-old woman, why would I not say that to a 23-year-old kid, a guy? Well, your experience is not quite, you know, let me take you under my wing and let me sort of, you know, tell you, here's what I see. Do you respect me enough? Do you respect what I have done? Am I respectable enough to you to actually be able to have you listen to 10% of what I'm about to tell you? Because if that's the case, then sit down and let me talk to you about this. Okay. Because right now it's like, if I'm going to hold a 22-year-old chick to the, you know, hold her feet to the fire for being 22 years old, I'm damn well going to hold a 23-year-old kid who's trying to, you know, go up there and talk about whatever the hell he's talking about. And if he's wrong, I can't ignore the age factor in a 22-year-old girl and then not ignore it in a guy. I might react to it differently. But remember, if you're going to, like, I hate to, you know, you're going to do it differently, of course. But as far as in application, if you're going to say, well, you're too young to really know that, bitch. Well, I can also say, well, you know, you're still kind of fresh to this and you're still kind of green in the manosphere. I'm going to hold your feet to the fire as well, because I care enough to do so. It's not an attack. It's not I'm not trying to throw rocks at anybody. I'm just going to tell you, if you want to be in this space, then I'm gonna say, hey, here's I'm about to hold Hafeez feet to the fire. I'm about to hold CGA, Coach Greg Adams' feet to the fire. I've done this with other people too. I'll do the same thing because I care enough to do so. I care enough about the message and I care enough about accuracy. That's what gets me. It's like people want to go out there and take the red pill mainstream and they want to, you know, be ambassadors on God knows what other platforms. Great. Is it too much to ask for a little bit of accuracy? Is it too much to say, hey, can you read the book? Can you do some homework? Don't read my book. Like, at least know what the hell you're talking about. I will tell you this. When I started working with Mike Sartain, Mike had already read all of my books except for the 5th. And I think maybe he was working on religion at the time. But he has read Dr. David. All the stuff that I have read, he's read already. So we can have a conversation about that. So if he talks to me and says, well, I believe that men and women can be friends. I'm fucking all my friends, but I believe they can all be friends. Like, so we can have that conversation from the advantage of he's read this stuff and I've read the same stuff. We have a mutual frame of reference where we can have that debate. That is like the Shangri-La, man. That is like the holy grail of conversation, especially when it comes to the manosphere. I can't have that with somebody who's just like, I don't know, I just do whatever, bitches be crazy. I can't have that conversation in that context. So when I get all pissed off and people go, oh, he's just pissed off because you read his book. No, he didn't buy his book. That's not about buying my book. It's about, I want to have that conversation with you. But I'm not going to, it pains me to have to recover and go over other grounds, right? Since you're a caps lock hustler, I guess I better put you on. What principles as a man would make you attack a woman come back when you're done with the ESL classes? Okay, that's good. All right. So let me keep going here. I just want to give you just the last part of this because I'm not going to do, like I said, I'm not going to do the whole thing, but this was really good. Rocky's going to relate another story here.
And you apply that to shit moving forward. When you don't view something as a failure or something that you could have done better, they just move forward with, okay, well, let me just try this and do this and do this and do this. And it just keeps happening to me rather than I keep making these poor decisions. They don't even.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to point this out real quick here because what Rocky is kind of coming to is a concept that I've talked about in the past. It's the difference between agency and hypoagency. What is hypoagency? It is, okay, that's so, let's see if I can, in layman's terms, it is the belief that life happens to you. That's hypoagency. I'm just an innocent bystander and life happens to me versus I happen to life. I'm the one who's directing the course here. I'm the one who's directing the stream. I'm driving the bus. That's agency versus hypoagency. And when women try to reconcile cognitive dissonance with I did these actions, but I did them with the best of intents because, follow your heart. It's all about love, Jada Pinkett Smith. And it blew up in my face, but it's okay. The world just it is what it is, and the world just happens. You might as well say karma's a bitch. Why don't you just say karma is a bitch? Like, bring it into the spiritual realm. You may as well, because when you say it is what it is, it's kind of like, I think when guys say that, it's a little bit different than when women say that, but it's like, oh, karma's a bitch. Okay, well, whatever.
They have accountability with themselves where you going forward, you realize with this one chick you were fucking with, I fucked up in my decision making. So holding accountability with myself, I'm going to use this information in hindsight and make better informed decisions moving forward. Can I tell a story real quick?
Go ahead.
So I was playing high school hockey. Everyone knows I'm big into hockey. And this is kind of where I learned accountability. So playing high school hockey, we were playing in Darien. It's like one of the best schools in the state. And they're a really good team. And I'm fully dressed. I'm on the bench. I didn't play like 1 minute the entire game. Really pissed off. I go home. I'm all pissed. I'm in my emotions. I'm like, dude, fuck this coach. Fuck this team. Whatever. I don't even give a fuck. I don't even want to play.
Halt. Sorry. Wait. Got to give somebody else some attention here. No. Read the third book, dickhead. There you go. Continuing.
And then it kind of dawned on me, like, you can either do one of two things. And I guess this is where, like, kind of the logic comes in. You can either sit and wallow in it and be mad about everybody else except for you, or you can look at, why didn't I play? What's something I can do to make this different? And like what basically the realization I had is, why didn't I play? Probably because I'm not working hard enough. So what I did was I went to practice, the next practice, and I was like, I'm going to work harder than anybody in this fucking rink. I'm going to work my ass off. So I went in, worked my ass off. I'm fucking dipping and diving through everyone. I did really well. And the coach comes up to me after and he's like, yo, you didn't even play last game. Why are you like working so hard? Or like, why'd you do so well at practice today? And I told him basically the same story I just told you guys, the realization I had. And he was like, no shit. He's like, would you mind if I tell the team that? He literally went in the locker room and told the team the whole story. And next game I played and I did well. And it was just holding myself accountable instead of blaming it on other people. Whereas if you're a girl on a sports team, your whole team might be like, well, whatever, the coach is an asshole. You don't got to listen to him. Don't worry about it. Just do you, slay. Like, you gotta work.
Slay.
And when shit doesn't go your way and you don't hold yourself accountable and you just want to blame it on everyone else, you do not grow at.
Wait, keep going.
Unfortunately, it is a gentle dance.
Okay, we're not going to hear about the gentle dance. Thank you very much. That's about as far as I wanted to go with that. But I wanted to get that story in there because now we've also introduced the third way, the third accountability, holding yourself accountable. Insight, having the insight to hold yourself accountable for whatever it is. I think a lot of people, like, they don't understand that, like, we learn as human beings, we learn more from our negative experiences than we do from our positive ones. So when we succeed, when we have victory, when we are good at something, or we're starting to get good at something, we don't stop to go, why did I win this time? Because you're so caught up in like, fuck that one, like, you don't stop to think about those. But when you lose and you're rejected, or you are you've failed, or you're defeated or whatever else, you go, why was I defeated? How come I didn't get to go play on the hockey rink? How come I didn't get to do these things? Right? I didn't miss it. I have them started. We're coming back to it. Really. Trust me. I'm coming back. Don't worry. We'll get, what are we at? 127. Okay. We'll get to it in 3 minutes. How's that? So there is holding men accountable, men holding men accountable. There is women holding women accountable. There is men and women holding each other accountable, however that works. And then there's holding yourself accountable. Like, do you have the insight to say, you know what? Kind of screwed up. Or, you know what? I did good. Appreciating yourself by catching others or yourself doing something good is more rare than actually finding fault in another person. oh, dude, that's a bad look, man. Like you'll hear, like I get this all the time. And God bless Sam Bada for teaching me this lesson. Okay, here's the lesson. One time, like Sam Bada has been part of my life for God. I can't even remember when I met Sam, but I remember when I was writing on the Rational Mail, my blog, and he would say, Rollo, there's a lot of comments here that, you know, sometimes they're negative, sometimes they're positive. I'm overwhelmingly positive, but like, he's like, you're kind of, he was checking me, right? Holding me accountable. You're kind of focusing on the negative ones. And he says, I want you to think about it in these terms. I'm like, okay. He says, and I apply this, by the way, to comments like the chat right now and the comments and everything else. And it's kind of like a numbers game. And he made me aware of this. He says the people who comment, who even comment at all, are a fraction of a percentage of the people who actually read all your stuff or listen to your stuff or watch your videos. And of those people who do actually comment or take the time to actually go and get, even if it's a drive-by bullshit, hey, fuck you, Rollo. Even if it's that, they're a fraction of 1% of the people who you are talking to. So I looked at it this way. Statistician. I'm an ADHD, right? Statistician's mind. Okay. If I have, what do we got right now? We got 1385 in the chat right now. We got up to about 1400 earlier on. So let's just say, let's round it off, 1500 people, right? Watching the show at the time that I'm actually performing and doing the show. And then how many people are going to watch the replay of this? And how many other people are going to watch just the clips of this? Because I got a clips channel, by the way, in case you didn't know. And of those people who actually watched the video, or I took the time to say, this is interesting. How many of those people actually comment? How many of those people actually were in the chat at the time? How many of those people are saying, man, this is great. It really edified me. Thank you. It really built me up. That was great. Accountability. Awesome, Rollo. Thank you. How many of those people are doing that? And then I have to look at the negative, like I have the withheld comments withheld because they have like profanity, or they got like a link or something. And by the way, I don't like actually censor my comments all that much because they usually get picked up by the filter, and which is mostly set to default, I should say. So when I go and I look at that and I go, okay, well, of those comments, how many are positive? Yeah, most of them are positive. Great. How many thumbs up did you get? Well, you got, something like 20,000 thumbs up, right? Or whatever it is. You'll have like on a stream like this, I'll probably get like 2,000 to 3,000 thumbs up, right? And then I've got 20, it's always 27. It's all the same 27 people. Well, there's thumbs down. I see what the thumbs down are. You don't, but I see them. And then it's like, what is it? Oh, so then I look at the negative comments, right? And you focus and you answer the negative comments. I have trying to, condition myself to get into the practice of, thanking the people for positive comments, because I tend to focus on the negative. We do this naturally. Everybody does this. When people are critical of you, you feel attacked. It's ego investment, right? I've done that show. I'll tell you about it later. But when you catch somebody doing good, it's almost more important to give them praise. To say, dude, that was fucking awesome. That was great. I tell these guys that all the time. They did a fucking brilliant show, by the way, with Professor Griff not too long ago on the Red Pill Lions. This, by the way, bravo, guys. This was an absolutely fantastic video. When Mark Savo goes and writes a rap song about Rollo Tomasi in Vegas, dude, I catch you doing something good. We have to catch our friends. We have to catch even our peers, our associates. Dude, that thumbs up. That was great. When Tori does a video, by the way, I'll show just a snippet of something that she's done. Bravo. Good job. Big Mo. Good job. Giovanni. Trey Little, good job. All the guys that are my new mutants, good job. I'm going to be out there to say, hey, that was freaking awesome. At the same time, I may be critical of you, but if I am critical of you and I am holding you accountable for something, at least I can say, hey, man, I was there and I caught you doing something right rather than caught you doing something wrong. By the way, that works for kids too. But if you want child psychology, it's important to hold or to catch a kid doing something right just as much as it is to catch that kid doing something wrong. And if all you ever do is catch that kid doing something wrong, then they're going to see you as, oh, my old man's mean. Fuck him. All right. Let's get back to super chats here before somebody loses their minds. Let's see. Here we go. These are the ones I have. If I blew past you, I'm sorry. I'll always try to put you on the screen right now, but I'm just getting so many of these days. Rolla, could you bridge the gap between you saying women are the gatekeepers to relationships and Myron saying they're the gatekeepers to relationships, or that men are the key? Okay, well, funny you should bring that up because I have this video to
Because
look
we're
at.
all like in our early 20s, like this is the time
to like explore and find yourself too.
When you say explore and find yourself, does that mean
Brian
just
from
like get
whatever
run through
podcast,
by a
by the
bunch
way.
of dudes? Just I just want to translate. I'm just translating.
The correct answer is yes. That's what they meant. I will say it is a double standard when people say, "Why am I a slut if I do this?" and men aren't. Okay, that is true. Here's why. You're the gatekeeper. Women, you control access to sex, right? Because your natural set point is no, I don't know, prove your worth. A man's natural set point is please. Can we all acknowledge that not most women are whores?
Here we go.
But some are. Well, if you're just going on your skin, you're going into it with the mindset of, I am going to sleep around.
Well, there is my monetization.
Because it's my 20s, some women are.
And we'd like to thank your dad.
Yes, oh, jeez.
Yeah. Okay. So again, this is you guys remember when I was saying, I just want accuracy. This is inaccurate. Now, and maybe you guys want me to do this, I'm gonna be on Fresh and Fit sometime in November. We don't have a set date yet, but Mike Sartain and myself are going to be doing a presser. I guess we're going to be doing the podcast rounds in Florida, Fort Lauderdale. Let's see, he got the invite to Valuetainment. I'll probably go there too if I happen to be there, and then let's see, we're going to go to Myron and Fresh. By the way, we have an upcoming event in Vegas. I can't spill the beans just yet, but we've got the collab you didn't know you needed coming up soon. However, Mike and I will be probably doing Myron and Fresh. Myron's already let this one out of the bag. He and I are going to do a show about divorce. There you go. We're going to do a show about divorce. Oh, it's not in any book. No, it's in the third book. Go look at Positive Masculinity. Talk about it there. By the way, and not just there, it's also in the fourth book, Religion. There is an entire big, thick chapter, because everybody complains about how long Rollo's books are, called Marriage in Religion, where I talk about divorce. There it is. You didn't read it. Go back to the woodshed, my friend, and start over. Took all that time he doesn't talk about it. No, wrong. Do you guys think I don't know my own material? Really? I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm like an encyclopedia. Encyclopedia Red Pillica. Anyways, so we're going to be making we will probably also be, we'll probably go with, we'll meet up with Justin Waller out there, maybe go on his podcast. And then I know we're going to probably meet up with Mike Tang, and that will be a fun, we'll probably be on Instagram. He has a podcast too, now that I think about it. Mike Tang's a photographer in, I guess he's in South Miami. Why do I have this fucking hair in my mouth? Rep Tomanica, is that what it is? Encyclopedia Tomanica. That's me. Yeah, I covered this already too, so that's why I brought that up. I'm glad. Thank you for that super chat, by the way. It's a nice segue. So I'll bridge that gap for you right now. Would you like me to? I'm only quoting Roosh circa 2015, 2016. It's a comforting fiction to think that men are the gatekeepers to commitment and women are the gatekeepers of sex. That is no longer the truth. It might have been before. I understand why it sounds truthy. Perhaps in the 20th century that was the case. Perhaps in the 90s, the 80s, that might have been, certainly the 60s, right? That was the case in the old order. In the new order, absolutely not. Would you like me to prove it to you? I can show you enrollment rates for women in college. I can show you divorce rates that happen right after that coincide and that track with hormonal birth control from 1960 all the way up to 2022. I can show you why women don't need men no more. We don't need no man. We want man. We don't need a man. We want a man. Just that statement alone should put certainly like put it into question, the idea that men are the gatekeepers to commit. Like high value men. Yeah. The 4.5% of men that women will respond to on Tinder, Hinge, and Bumble, you might have a case, but the 93.5% of guys, no, you're not the arbiter of commitment. That woman has to want to be in a relationship with you in the first place, and increasingly. And God damn it, Adam Sosnick, if you're watching this damn show, at least quote Morgan Stanley, Rise of the Sheconomy. I've seen this like thrown out. People hear me say this, and so they go, "Oh well, I've heard there's a study that says that by 2030, that women between 25 and 44, 42%, 82%, 61% will be single and child." Can you just look it up? It's like the stats are there. It's not hard to find. It's Morgan Stanley, Rise of the Sheconomy. And by the way, read it because there's even better material in there too. So please be accurate. That's all I'm asking. Accuracy, damn it. Where is it? Here we go.
Kowalski, analysis.
Yes, give me analysis. Give me the real numbers here, dude. So anyway, let's say sex versus commitment. Well, you don't get to commitment if that woman doesn't want to have sex with you in the first place. You don't get to commitment. Your commitment is worthless to the vast majority of women in westernized nations right now, or in industrial Western, let's say weird Western, I forget, weird nations, Western nations, industrialized nations, right? Democratic. What does weird stand for? I can't remember. Weird is an acronym, but those nations, your commitment is worth less. It might be worth something like the older that a woman gets. Yeah, maybe. And maybe when those priorities gets shifted around as a woman gets to be like 31, 32, 38, CJ Sparks, and you've got to have $5 million. That's a tall order. But CJ Sparks is still the arbiter of the commitment. No commitment happens unless these criteria are met. As I keep saying, women approach love opportunistically, men approach love idealistically. So the vast majority of guys, let's just say, once again, you want to go over the 80-20 rule. So 80% of men are unattractive, deemed unattractive. 20% of men are, they might do. They're not attractive. They're just not unattractive, according to statistics, according to the most recent research, the robust data we have on this, and not just OkCupid, by the way. There's a lot more than just that. So stop quoting that old ass OkCupid. Go look at Dr. David Buss's work that everybody wants to talk about. Go look at that because it's there too. Rob Henderson, thank you. It's right there. It's for Steve Stewart Williams. It's all there. 60% of guys deem women attractive or like want to reach out to that woman. 4.5% of men are hot enough for women to want to initiate something with online, which is the way that we do dating today. So, do men, we hold the keys to commitment. Commitment you don't give a shit about because you aren't Justin Waller. Sorry, John. You aren't Mike Sartain. You aren't Rollo Tomasi. You aren't these high-value dudes. So do you really hold the key to commitment? That's what maybe I should have that conversation. Would you like me to? I'll bring that up. I'll put that in the great big book of everything, and I'll talk about that with Myron. Roosh actually called this out earlier than I did. I can't even claim responsibility for it. It was actually Roosh who said this when he was doing his predictions, saying, right now women don't, especially the more money women are worth, the more they're in, we put them into positions of authority politically, socially, work-wise, employment-wise. Your commitment means jack shit. And what's funny is like, even if you are in a socioeconomic sense, even if you're just at equal, you're just at parity with that woman, if she makes more than you, then your commitments doesn't mean shit. Because after a while, just like statistically speaking, when a woman gets a promotion, she makes more money than her husband. That is what precipitates divorce. Would you like to see the stats? So with that in mind, who's the arbiter of commitment? Who's the arbiter? You want to know why marriage rates are at 5.1 per 1,000 in the United States? Because women are the ones who are the gatekeepers to commitment. They're like, you know what? I ain't marrying some broke ass dude. And you know what I was going to say? I'm not marrying this guy because his commitment is worthless to me. His value is I'm worth more than him. Why would I want to get with that guy? I can just go and fuck the men that I want to get with, not that I need. I don't need your commitment. I don't need, women don't need your commitment. They don't need your emotional investment. So commitment, depending on what the ratio is, as far as, your sexual market value is concerned, women hold the key to commitment. So that's what I would tell Myron. And that's what I would tell Steven Crowder. But the reason why they're parroting that back is because they haven't taken the time to actually go and look at the stuff. They haven't seen, I think I have that in book 2, as a matter of fact. Like, women are like, I have a, I know it's an essay that's on my blog. It's called Keymasters. And the reason why I remember it is because, do you guys remember the Keymaster in, I think it was the second Matrix movie? We had the keys to get into all the doors and everything. Like, he could go and open up like all the the areas of the program of the Matrix that like you couldn't get to. And he was like the master key of all the Matrix. That's what I named it after, because it's like, I don't know, it just struck me as that was in some way relevant. Yeah, if you're high value, you are most definitely the arbiter of commitment. But if you're like the vast majority of other guys, your commitment is only as valuable as you can maintain it, as you can keep it up. And by the way, that is very close to the conversation that Coach Greg Adams had with Hafeez just this last week. And I will get to that after I get to these super chats. Met a girl who lied. She had kids. What should I do, Rolo? What should I do? That's what you should do. Congratulations. That's your $2 worth. You get, that's a $2 sound drop. Who was it that you suggested to learn music theory from before learning how to play guitar? You mentioned a friend. You're talking about Shredmaster Scott. That's who I was talking about. He's a friend of mine. He's a red pill dude, funny as hell, very entertaining. Shredmaster Scott, SHREDMASTER Scott, SCOTT. Sam, can you give me the link to Shredmaster Scott and put it in the chat? Because I want to give him props because he's a really good dude. I'm glad you brought that up, man, because I just used this theory in a talk I was talking about. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand how, that's just, sorry about the distraction here, but like when guys ask me like, oh, well, Rolo, how do I know when I'm doing game? How come game seems like it's fake to me, blah, blah. And I thought about it and I go, you know what? You have to know the rules before you can break the rules. And if you're going to be a good guitar player, if you want to make music, you have to know your scales. You got to know majors or minors, harmonic minor. You got to be able to do techniques. There's a lot that goes into being a good musician. Well, I'm a guitar player, bass player, and violinist, whatever. You have to know music theory. You got circle of fifths. There's a lot of things like that you have to understand before you start kind of like instinctively making music. Now, some people, they don't know any of that shit. They're just like 3-chord rock and roll and they go, oh, that's good. You're playing by feel. Excellent. But like, if you want to master a craft, if you want to be good at something, you either have real good natural talent or you apply yourself to the point where you get mastery. And it's great when those two come together in the same music. Those are like the geniuses, right? And it doesn't have to be music. But that kind of gave me the idea of this analogy, is that like a lot of guys think that game, they feel fake when they're learning game. Oh, I read the player's handbook, it feels fake. Well, yeah, because you're learning scales. You're learning the circle of fifths. You're learning music theory now. But you'll start making music with this once you start trying, you'll instinctively starting to apply this. And I actually had an experience of one of my consults was doing this. He's like, I started talking, like he was showing me this exchange that he was having with this girl. And I'm like, oh, that's so brilliant. You learn, like, I didn't have to tell him certain things. He just sort of instinctively applied, like, I don't know, the way that he presented himself, the way that he was texting, the way that he was interacting with this girl in a way he'd never interacted with a woman before. And it was like, and it was improvisation and adaptation. And I saw it right there live in real time. I'm like, it's like, oh, I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher's pride, right? But then I thought about it and I go, you know what? That's internalizing game. It's not rote memorization. It's actual real learning. So there you go. Oh, thank you. But I'm looking at my private chat here. Did Shredmaster Scott post here? Maybe he did. Let me copy that and I'll put it into the oh, did you put it in the chat already? I didn't see it in the chat just yet. Hold on. Sorry. I got to switch over to the main. There we go. I believe this is, is this where he gives me a shout out? Maybe he gives me a shout out. Who knows? Anyways, go check out Shredmaster Scott. He's a good dude. And Red Pill. And he goes to the gym. He looks like who you would think he would look like. And he talks and he acts like the way you would think he would look like too. Shredmaster Scott. I got this. I didn't start this one. Hang on 1 second. There we go. Okay. Back to the super chats. Ben. Thank you, Ben. Okay, it was Shredmaster Scott. And let's see. YOLO. Hi, can you explain the evolutionary function of revenge and how to overcome revenge? Thank you for all your great work. Okay, when it comes to revenge, always think of the words of Inigo Montoya. Yes, that one from The Princess Bride. There's a part in The Princess Bride where Inigo is about to, it was right before the duel with Dread Pirate Roberts at the time, right? And he said this, because that's what Inigo Montoya, that's his role in The Princess Bride. And it's a funny, quirky, stupid little movie. I got it. But like the character is looking for revenge on the Six-Finger Man, who also happens to be the guy that, Robert is trying to get with or trying to defeat, I guess. And, the quote is, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. There's your gift for today. But in that exchange, he says that he'd been studying fencing and studying, sword fighting, whatever, for a long time. And now he's like, well, but I'm mostly into revenge right now, because that's what he's supposed to do. He's like explaining himself to Robert. It's a shame to kill you because you seem like a decent fellow. And he says, there's not a lot of money in revenge. And I sometimes you find the most profound shit in fiction, by the way. And I thought about that and I go, yeah, there's not a lot of money in revenge. And there's not a lot of profit in revenge. And people say, well, why do we want to get revenge on people? And it's like, well, there's an evolutionary aspect to that, I would think. Like defeating a rival. Like if somebody kicks your ass and you want to come back and kick their ass, sort of like it's like a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. That's definitely part of human nature. So how do you overcome that? Well, sometimes it's impossible for people to overcome that. I will say this though, that there's not a lot of money in revenge. I get this all the time. Like people say, the best revenge is to live a good life, is to, live well, better than the people who you want revenge on. I can see that. But the problem then is when you get to the point where you are living the good life and you are living better than them, they were the inspiration for you wanting to do that. Tell me I won't do something and I'll do it. Okay. But I had to tell you something that you couldn't do for you to actually be inspired and incentivized to do that. How much better would it be if you're like, you know what? I'm so into this. I'm so fixed on my never let up on your focus. Somebody asked me about that. What is it? Resist the urge of easing up on your focus. If your mental point of origin is you, revenge is not really something that you're like really obsessed with. That's why when I see guys who are OCD about this shit, when I look at pathological personalities like John Anthony Lifestyle, or I look at Anthony Johnson, what a fucking pairing that is. Anthony Johnson and John Anthony. Really? Like, does anybody like, am I taking crazy pills here? Does anybody see that alliteration right there? Because I do. I don't know if anybody else does. I mean, hell, one works for the other. And man, he's another guy who's married. Oh, it came out. I can't believe that. Yes, John Anthony's married. There you go. John Anthony's married. There, I'll say it again. John Anthony is married. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, give me the cease and desist, man. Give me the cease and desist, motherfucker. Let's go. John Anthony is married. Deny it. This is the guy that docks my wife, my daughter, my freaking mother-in-law. Yes, you're married. I'm no great fan of freaking Alex from Playing with Fire, but I really hope he just fucking buries you. I really hope that happens. I'm sitting, I won't say anything else. You guys can go look that up if you want to, but I'm sitting here. I don't know. These guys are going to kill each other. That's great. Let them go. Let them fight. Once again, God makes a joke and I'm the only one that gets it. Okay. So let's see. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Rolo, not trying to focus on women. How does one build great inner beliefs and not doubt themselves? Create options. When anybody tells you like, okay, this is going to sound prescriptive. Okay. But let me see if I can put this in a pragmatic sense for you. How does one build great inner belief? Okay. Inner belief is bullshit. Oh, we're going to dig down deep and get this inner confidence that's in this magic well of confidence. And so confidence is derived from options. That's what it is. You know what options are derived from? A lot of hard work, busting your ass, becoming competent, mastery. Mastery creates options. Okay. I'm not trying to focus on women. Like, why not? Why not? I think what's interesting to me is like whenever guys throw this at me, they go, chase excellence. Don't chase women. What is it? Acquire currency. Ignore women. Yeah. And then you end up like Jeff Bezos, or you end up like, I'm trying to think of who the other, Anthony Bourdain. Do you think Anthony Bourdain had a lot of money? Do you think he focused a lot on what he was doing in his career and his brand of me? Yeah, he did. And you know what he didn't focus on? He didn't focus on the shit that mattered that was going to eventually, sorry, but yeah. And now we know. Now we have the memoirs. Now we have the text, and everything Rollo and Pat Campbell said as far back as 2018, 100% accurate. None of it. What's their read on this? It must have been the Xanax. It must have been no. It was Asia Argento. Here it is. Boom. Black and white. Where's Rose McGowan? Nowhere. Poof. On to the next thing. Did you see what DJAkademiks did? I'll tell you what, you know what, you want to know what my hell is? This is Rollo. I'm living in hell right now. Just so you know, my personal hell is this. I know stuff that happened in the past and I see what's going on right now. And I made a big old deal out of it, like in 2016 or 2014 or 2018 or whatever. I made a huge deal out of it. And people just said, fuck you, Rollo. No, Jordan Peterson's a god. And Andrew Tate is Andrew. Why are you working with Andrew Tate? Either I get run up the flagpole for like being a friend of Tate, or I get run up the flagpole for like keeping the Tates at arm's distance. Okay. But here's the thing is I know the cycles and I've seen the stuff and I know the personal histories. I knew Jack Murphy's personal history before he went on You Are Here and and came at Sydney Watson. I knew that. And had I known he was going to go on that show, I probably would have said something to Elijah Schaefer, who now is no longer at the Blaze. And neither is Sydney for that matter. And you know what? And I could not say that this time last year. They were all at the Blaze. They were all in Texas, or was it Austin? Dallas. And I went out there. They're less than a year. Can you believe that? That's when the Jack Murphy thing went down, where he's like, F you, fuck you, heartfelt. You guys remember that? Why do we have the cuck beard? The people don't even know who Jack Murphy is. They see the cuck beard and they go, oh, he's a cuck. Yeah, because now it's like the international icon of cuckoldry. Like they put that beard on Will Smith and they go, oh, a cuck. They don't know what the beard's from. They just know that that's the identification for the beard. In less than a year. But I knew all that shit like back in 2017, 2018. I knew about the essay. I knew about all that stuff. That's one of the reasons I distanced myself from him back then, But again, my hell is this: to know the past and watch everybody go, oh man, I can't believe, or was it Amber Heard and Johnny Depp? I've talked about that since 2014. When is Rollo going to talk about Amber Heard and motherfucker? I've been talking about it for almost 10 years now. That's my hell. To know the past and to know that other people don't know the past, and they're to get run up the flagpole in 2014 and then have people go, oh well, what's Rollo's not talking about Amber Heard. God, please no. Appreciate. Let's see. Okay, so inner beliefs. once again, it's not about a mental point of origin. How do I do that? Okay. To not doubt yourself, build mastery, learn. Like here's how you do it. Here's where you start. Go get Robert Greene's book, Mastery. Start there. That's how you do that. I'll just leave that with you right there. Mental point of origin. People go, well, where do I go from here? Go learn, go get mastery. I think, and that's, by the way, that's like across the board. I think mastery applies to like so many different things. So, let's see, wealth engineering, salute roll. Not to change the subject. It's to change. It's to change the subject. Okay. But any chance we can get a stream reaction to the debate between Hafeez and Valuetainment? Yeah, there's a chance. Hang on. Coming up next on the Rational Mail. Rollo, we need a reading list to educate the masses. Well, I did just. Yes, you're right. Thank you for that $20, my friend Alfred. We do need a reading list. I need a reading list show, or should I just give you a list? Because I could do it on the blog and then send you to a blog, but it's kind of like not me. Not like I'm telling you that, but here, let's go over to this camera. What would I do? What would it be on the reading list? Let's see. Okay, number 1, my books. There you go. Okay, that's out of the way. What else would be on there? I would certainly put 48 Laws of Power at the top of that list. 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. I think that's pretty much been a staple of the Manosphere for a long time, so I don't think I'm surprising anybody with that one. Mastery by Robert Greene, also very good. And 33 Strategies of War for Men is a real, I guess women could get it too, but like that, those are my Robert Greene selections. People ask me about Art of Seduction quite a bit. I as an ancillary text, I would say, yeah, go ahead. You can, it's good. But I would say take it with a grain of salt because it kind of relies on categorizations. Who else? What would else be good? It kind of depends on what your interests are. I would put, let's see, Book of Numbers by Cappy for sure. By Aaron Clary. Becoming a Barbarian by the hell, who's the name? Somebody will give it to me. Becoming a Barbarian by Jack Donovan. Very good. Masculinity, as far as like explaining like conventional masculinity. I don't think I have ever read a book, and I know he is or was homosexual. I don't care. Like, read the book; it's still worth something. The Ape That Understood the Evo Psych, The Ape That Understood the Universe by Steve Stewart Williams. That's at the top of my list for Evo Psych. The Blank Slate by The Modern Denial of Human Nature by Steven Pinker. Let's see, God Sod would be on that list. The Parasitic Mind, would definitely be on my list, my reading list. Parasitic Mind by Gad Saad, Gadsaad. That's Gad Saad. Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia. And I'm trying to think of like evolutionary psychology books right now. I will give you fiction books. Dune. Read Dune. No lie. Don't forget that for the movie. Go read the actual book Dune, because there's a lot, like I just quoted it in this stream earlier on. There's a lot of very profound, like I think, like, and basic nuts and bolts, like wisdom in fiction. You just have to look for it. People tell you, oh, I'm going to read the 4-Hour Work Week or Napoleon Hill or, Carnegie or, How to Win Friends. Oh, I would never read fiction. Dude, read fiction. Seriously, if nothing else, it will give you an appreciation for like literature. And most people don't read anyways. So I'm going to give you all these books. You're just going to go over to Audible and you're going to go, okay, Ape That Understood the Universe. Some books, you have to have the actual text in front of you. My book, by the way, and I'm, pat myself on the back, but my book, I think, is one of those, 48 Laws of Power. Have the book, because you will highlight it. And it's not the kind of book that you just read once and you put it back on the shelf and you're done with it. Okay. You will highlight it. You will dog ear it. You will, underline it. You'll write liner notes in it. And not just mine, 48 Laws of Power is very similar to it. It's a living text. You will use it again later on. you'll come back to it. You go, oh, what did Rollo say about that? And you'll go and grab it off your shelf and you go and reread, not the whole book again, but you'll reread that section that's applicable to you. Same thing with, I think, the second book too. By the way, I think Preventive Medicine is like the sleeper hit of all 5 of those books, but that's just me. So Preventive Medicine. By the way, all of my books are available on Amazon. All of my books are available on Audible. All of my books are available on Kindle. Every last one of them is available. And by the way, if you're in a country that you're having difficulty getting my books, you look at Amazon in other countries, or like maybe a closer country, right? You can also find my books, like used copies of my books. And I don't get any money out of this, but I'm going to tell you anyways. You can find used copies of my books on eBay. I've looked at. Hey, more power to you. Go and buy a classic, right? So if you're having trouble finding my books, I can't get it on Amazon here. Well, which one do you want? Oh, the first one. Okay, well, go on. It doesn't do me any good, but go to eBay and do someone else some good, right? Pay it back, pay it forward, right? So I'm probably the only author that will tell you that. Please don't pirate my book. Please don't get don't download the PDF or the torrent or whatever it is. Just go give somebody else, like exchange something for it, right? So. Oh, and then by the way, yes, there will be the one thing I'm working on right now is a Spanish translation for all 5 of my books. I have it. It's done. Thank you, Geraldo for doing it. I have it's already done. I just have to do the layout for them. Coming soon. Hardback version of the first book coming soon. A re-edited hardback version, like the updated one. I'm kind of like I'm just inching my way to like producing the second edition of the first book because I want to make the type larger. I know, thank you. I want to make the syntax and the typos are going to be gone, so I want to make it more readable. So yes, that is inbound. There you go. 2-bit user Kevin Samuels defines submission as respectful cooperation. I like your definition too. It's a contradiction to expect men to protect women with no authority and no deference. I'll go one further. You cannot, because Zuby, for whatever reason, thinks that he came up with this line, responsibility without authority is slavery. No, Zuby, you didn't come up with that. And neither did I, by the way. I am quoting Turd Flinging Monkey from 2016. I did that show. And by the way, I have that link. If you guys like, I got a lot of requests for the link that of the video that I put in the middle of How to Be a Man. It was the How to Be a Man episode. And in the middle of it, by the way, that's where my first experience to that quote was, and like authority versus responsibility was from Turd Flinging Monkey 2016. There you go. There's your flowers. Props to you. I cite my sources. I always will. So don't think, by the way, that Andrew Tate came up with that. He didn't. Don't think that Zuby came up with that. Don't think that anybody was. I'm not saying it's not true. Go ahead. I don't even care if they cite it, but you didn't come up with. Don't claim it as your own. You didn't come up with that. And maybe even Turd Flinging Monkey didn't. I don't know, but like or maybe he did. But at least go back to the source. Okay. So when we're talking about responsibility versus authority, one of the things, I went back and I reviewed that video again because I hadn't seen it in a long time. One of the things that TFM brings up that I don't think anybody is bringing up right now is that if you want a man to lead, we need men to be more lead. We need you to be leaders. We need you to step up to the plate and be more responsible. If you want a man to lead, just the word leadership, just the word lead implies what? Authority. You are not a leader unless you have the authority for people to affect whatever it is that you need to do as your responsibility as a leader. Leadership implies authority. Why? Because it's on a hierarchy. This is why, and I thought about this. I really probably should write an essay about this. This is why people struggle with responsibility versus authority. Well, you mean like Piers Morgan was just like hemming and hawing about this. You think that you own a woman? No, but I have authority over her until I don't. So she's not my slave. She's free to walk away anytime she wants. And yeah, I'll probably get raked over the coals in divorce court or whatever, right? But I have authority. I have authority as long as I can maintain that. Again, heavy is the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. ladies, if you want your man to step up, here's one for the ladies. If you want your man to be a leader, don't say, oh, I'm going to let him be a leader. No. You need to understand the difference between leadership and then responsibility and authority. It's not about, oh, I'm going to let him. If you think this, I'm going to let him lead. No, that's not it. You're going to defer authority to him. That's what you're going to do. You're going to say, you know what? I trust you with my life. My analogy is like the parachute analogy, right? How do I vet a woman? Well, here's what you do. You come home from, how do I know I should marry this girl? Okay. Does she trust you with your life? Or with her life. And then the parachute analogy is this. You come home from work, or you come home one day and you have 2 parachutes in your hand and you go, honey, we're going skydiving. I know it's a big shock. Hey, well, you said you want to do something fun. So we're going to go and do something fun. We're going to go skydiving. I have our parachutes. I packed yours. It's great. I got mine. We're ready to go. Do you go parachute? Do you jump out of a plane with the parachute that your husband or your boyfriend packed for you? Do you? Or do you want some like trained professional? Or do you want some, like, are you going to defer that authority to someone else? Or do you put that much trust in your husband? What that is an analogy for ladies. Do you trust this man with your life? Because I would say that probably in modern marriage, 90% of women do not trust their husbands with their lives. And if you can't trust your husband with your life, how can you trust him with the directing your kids? How can you trust him with, okay, we're going to move to this place. You're going to get your junior's going to go to this school. How do you trust him to drive the bus? It's not a collected effort. It's called leadership, and there is no leadership without authority. And that was a quote. I mean, again, I'm quoting TFM from that video. Well, responsibility without authority is slavery. Yes. But you know what else is? There is no leadership without authority. And that is something that I really wish Tate would have been a little bit more accurate. Maybe he couldn't because he just didn't know. But like when you're talking to somebody like Piers Morgan, and you're trying to explain the concept, I guess, of authority, that needs to be a part of that equation. If you want men to lead, the men have to have authority. They have to be able to have control over you. You have to trust them with your life, and women will not do that today because we've taught generation after generation to think of men as untrustworthy, to think of men as buffoons, to think of men as abusers, to think of men as like incompetence. They can't change the tire. They can't tie their own tie. Can't fucking tie their own shoes. We think that men are either incompetent, they're abusers, or they're buffoons. Those are your choices, lady. You really want to get married? I'm going to read a Twitter post here that's going to get us kicked off into the CGA thing here in just a second, as soon as I pass through these. So that's what I wanted to point that out for you. Let's see. Warrior Race. Thank you for the very first $50. Maybe I won't. I agree. We should hold ourselves accountable, but women do not police the worst aspects of their nature. Yeah, you're right. That's why when we do hold them accountable, it seems outrageous. It wasn't enough to lift women up, but we had to disadvantage men. Yes. By the way, when I'm showing you this video, I'm going to go dig up another quote that I have. By the way, that's a quote from my book on religion. In fact, I saw this. I thought this was notable. I actually took a picture of this. I think it was at a cafe somewhere. Was it in Miami? Anyways, it said, to achieve, I'll just paraphrase, to achieve true equality of the genders, we must actively disadvantage men. That was the quote. I don't know I don't know what book it came out of. I don't know who wrote that down there, but I thought about that and I go, yes, that's the mentality. That's what they're thinking. We should hear it on both sides, but we only hear guys take more responsibility. Yes. Responsibility, accountability, and authority are concepts that need to be brought up. Discipline, determination will get you out of 80%. Will get you out of the 80%. Yes. Get fitness, finances, and fashion on point. Thank you, Rolo. Yeah.
Say my name.
Thank you for that, my friend. And Elena's Barre. hold both women and men accountable. It's a true sign of care. Bad actions lead to bad outcomes, and we need to be objective with our choices. Great video, Rolo. Thank you very much. This is actually, I tricked y'all. Today's video is about accountability, and yes, that applies to what's going to happen here with a CGA and on the Adam Sosnick show, which actually I thought was actually a pretty brilliant show. Oh, I got another one. Thank you very much, PP. I see your $100 PP. I need a sound drop just for PP. Thank you, PP. I see you there. Let me keep going down. You guys all got away from me. Hang on. There it is. Got it. Thank you. Here, you know what? You get this.
Tell that bitch to be cool. Say bitch, be cool. Be cool, honey. Say bitch, be cool. Tell that fucking bitch to chill.
See? That's what happens when you don't have accountability, when you can't keep a girl in pocket, can't keep a bitch in pocket. Oh, thank you, Big Mo. Big Mo. Excuse me. God damn it. If I sound like Barry White today, it's because I got sick in Vegas, but in the best kind of way. So I do not have the clap. And by that, I mean the big C. We call it the clap here. Sorry. It's not, it's the cerveza, bug, the whatever. I do not have that. How come we can't just get like regular sick now? I think it must be that the big C. No, dude, like there is such thing as a flu. You know that, right? There we go.
You're goddamn right.
I tell my fellow supporters, when you understand every word a woman says, you'd be laughing too. I think preventive medicine for that. Oh, you thank preventive medicine. Thank you. Big Mo, who has, by the way, thank you, by the way, for those videos, those snippets on those reels on Instagram, because it's just like, okay, here's the rational male. That was awesome. That was pretty awesome. Thank you very much for that, especially knowing that you're in the studio doing that too. And by the way, hey, great. If you haven't seen Big Mo on the Red Pill Lions with Kevin and Rocky, go check that out, because it's an awesome interview. I think it's got to be up to like 50,000 views right now. It's probably like their best viewed podcast, and it gives you an insight to like the show, but also Big Mo as well. Really, I'm glad so. Preventive medicine is my personal favorite. I think so because people like see that and they read it, and I think it's more applicable. I think it's more like they get it, I guess. One I personally recommend the most. It's the one biggest reason I laugh so much on FnF Live. Yeah. Because you know where those chicks are in life. So, okay, that chick's 18, that chick's 28. So there's the hoe phase. Oh, this chick is 20, 29, 30, 31. You go, okay, she's in the epiphany phase. And oh, this chick, she's like 35 and she's done. She's out. She's run through. Let's see. What is this? Rolo, have you read The Adapted Mind? It's a collection of research papers on various evolutionary topics. No, I haven't, but I will. What is it? Adaptive Mind? Adapted Mind. Okay. Noted. Thank you. I'll put that in the big book of everything. I think, are we caught up? Pretty sure. What was that? Okay. Frank Mula said the rational male. That's the rational male. That's the foresight I was telling you about that you got. It's a rare gift to possess, my brother. Thank you. And then what was the other one you gave me? Oscar Wilde. Man is least himself when it was Oscar. You're right. It was Oscar Wilde. Here I thought it was like Nietzsche. Man is least himself when he talks in his own person. Give him a mask and he'll tell you the truth. That is Oscar Wilde. Oh, thank you for that. Well, actually, I saw that. I just didn't remember that it was Oscar Wilde who said it. Let's see. Oh, and then lastly, who's throwing this at me? There it is. There it is. Off topic, but was that actually you on the Saints chat yesterday? You were right about Ak. Curious Ak seems to be held in high regard among the Black community, despite the committing to a hooker. What's the psychology here? Well, I'm going to say that I can neither confirm nor deny that I was that person on the Saint and Sinner. Although I do know the dude, so we talk, we DM each other. How I peace to the Saints. I'm not going to give you. What am I going to say? I thought about that too. Like I was like right before I was doing show prep, and I'm like, I know people are going to ask me about this because everybody is like, it's the new hotness. Everybody's piling on that. We're going to pile on here. We're going to pile on DJAkademiks. We're going to pile on Sneeko. We're going to pile on, and then of course, everybody knows the shit that went. Yeah. I'll tell you the thing, a piece of saying so that really Big Mo. All right, man. Like he's like, I think they're still cool with Freshman. I was kind of debating whether or not I was going to do something on all of that. And you know what? I've done this before and I'm not going to step in it again. I'm going to respect Myron. I'm going to respect Fresh. They can handle it behind the scenes and do whatever they want. I've seen everything, just so you know. Oh, he didn't see this. No, I've seen all of it. I've seen stuff that probably other people haven't even seen yet. But I've seen all of it. And I am not going to opine upon it until such time as like everybody is, is done with it. Let's just say, Rolly, my favorite part of Sunday. Thank you. Your Sunday sermons. Here you go. Wait, there you go. Your inner child exists. I reach down deep and find mine and tell him not to touch himself in public. Thank you. Yes, because, we have to teach children self-control and hold them accountable. Now, as far as ACK is concerned, I'm like, what am I going to say that I didn't say back in January? I mean, by their fruits, you will know them. I mean, remember, the medium is the message, right? Well, what's ACK's medium telling you? That's all I can say. What's the medium telling you? Like, what am I going to say that I didn't say? ACK is not your friend. That's all I said. That's all I fucking said too. I don't think he had their best interest in mind. And that was like back in January. And that was about the Brittany Renner interview. And he basically pulled the same shit that everybody was pulling with Andrew Tate. Again, I saw that and I was involved in all that. And I spoke up back then because I got run through as well. When I was with Michaela Peterson, like she did before she even let the whole full video out, she's letting out 30-second, reels and buzz clips and stuff like that to cast me in the worst light as possible. And I knew it was coming, but it's the same thing that Tate, like when Tate says that, it's like, oh man, yeah, they're really misrepresenting him and they only do these 30-second clips. And Tate talked about this on Piers Morgan. Yeah, you're quoting a 30-second buzz clip or a reel or a short or a TikTok video or something that somebody made about me that, put to, out of context. I said that way before what Tate did. I said that as far back as January. And I saw that as a marketing ploy for the brand of me. That is me. That is Michaela Peterson. That's why I called it out when I saw it. I'm like, ACK's not your friend because he pulled the same shit that Michaela Peterson pulled on me. And I said, hey, it appears to me that he does not have your best interest in mind. Thank you. Bye. This has been brought to you by the Rational Mail. That's all I said. And then I didn't even think he was going to lose his shit. I'm just like, why would you put out a minute 30 clip that casts them in the worst light? Well, then I speculate it's probably because he's trying to create his own podcast. He's trying to do his own thing. I know he's on Spotify, whatever, but what am I going to say that I haven't already said? I don't think that was the last word as far as I'm care. I don't really care. Everybody, and then go look at, like, here's the thing. I never called him a snake, but you guys are. So you tell me, man. I just work here. I just report the news. I report, you decide. Did you read Sherlock Holmes' story, A Case of Identity? I know, but I did write that down, Cryptic Coil. It's in the Great Big Book of Everything. I'll tell you what. Maybe I'll listen to, I have it actually on Audible. I'll listen to it on the drive from Reno, Nevada to Las Vegas that I'm going to take on Tuesday. I'm going to get a lot of reading in on that trip. Okay. Now then, let's get down to the meat of the matter. Here's what I want to talk about. Here's where we're going to go. But before we do, we have to hear from another one of my great students. One of my, thank you. Speaking of New Mutants. Okay, that was pretty funny. So anyways, another one of my students that I am very, very proud of. And she is not a groupie, despite what other red pill chicks would like to paint her as. She actually has a mind of her own. She actually can opine at least. Let me put it this way. At least Torshaa has read my books. Tori has read every single one of my books. She has read, I don't know, every one of my essays. I'm not even sure. She's like that. You want ADD? There you go. ADHD? There's your example. But she's ADHD about like reading my stuff and then like talking about stuff. She constantly produces stuff. So And to her credit, I have to say, she produces more content than I do. Great. But she has some really good insights. And I think that's really where she shines. She does her own thing. She has her own podcast. I'm not like, no simping. Okay. She does good work. So I have to catch her doing something good. Here you go. She's not a groupie. It's not just because she's not just a set of tits. She actually knows the fuck she's talking about. So here is Torshaa. Really quickly.
Practical wisdom that can build a healthy, successful marriage. When he talks,
This is why I think they always get married should be more of a big thing than it is. Okay? They always get married, Hafeez. Trust me. They always do. When you understand that, when you learn that, when you know that, this whole message would not hurt the soul so much, because I get it. Like, he's passionate about what he's talking about, and I empathize with that. I do. But like, the way that I see it is this. I've said this many times before, and I hope that this translates the same. What do you think is worse? Sending an innocent man to jail for the rest of his life? Maybe he gets out. Maybe he gets exonerated. I don't know. Or letting well, I don't know if this really goes. I just think about how bad it is to send an innocent man to jail and then he's stuck there for the rest of his life. And I think that can be marriage. Actually, I'm pretty confident that can be, because when you think about the way that women are incentivized to leave the marriage and men are not, it's like men are stuck, dude. So it's men, I will say, will make the most logical decisions that they can make. I'm sure Coach Greg Adams talks about, well, he was saying like men have short-term thinking. I'm sure that exists. I do not have an extra leg between my legs, so I couldn't tell you. And I'm not that old. So
I have an extra leg.
I'm not saying that he is, but I'm just saying, like, haven't gone through that. But I would make the argument that a man in a miserable marriage is equivalent to sending an innocent man to jail. I do.
You like that? Did you catch that? A man, and by the way, and I know Tori's in the chat right now too. Did you catch that? A man in a miserable marriage is like sending an innocent man to jail. Teacher's pride right here. Teacher's pride. Adaptation and improvisation. Well done, my new mutant. Professor X is very happy. Well done. I'm like, that's actually a pretty good analogy. I'm like, damn, I'm almost ashamed I didn't come up with that. And so when Zuby or somebody else, like, 5 years from now says something like that, and then I'll know this, you'll know it, everybody else will know it. This is where my hell, right? But at least now, here's me catching Tori doing something good. Kevin, Rocky, me catching you doing something good. Got it? Big Mo, me catching you doing something good. Thank you. Thank you. And it's not just like, oh, bravo, so like it's praise just for you being you. No, this is proof of concept. Brilliant. This video, by the way, is all about the CGA thing. I'll let it play a little bit more.
I think it's safe to say innocent, and I'll die on this hill. I don't know how much I agree with it, because you guys have to remember where I'm coming from with my age and what I know about this shit. Something tells me that if everything goes to plan with Rolo's timeline, which I agree that it does, okay, women notice wrinkles. If women become aware of their decaying value, and I'm not talking about your personal worth, bitches. I'm just talking about your youth, which is what men go for in women. If they know about that, the best way to put it is like, if I, knowing what I know, went for a young guy.
Like who?
Predatorial, little bit. Not what you're thinking, but like Michaela Peterson. Like, you know what I mean? Same idea. I could fool a beta, a young one. You know what I mean? And I say young because we know what men want.
And it's disgusting.
I could be fucking outstanding to a young 21-year-old. Are you kidding? Compared to the bitches out here, men are invisible. You know what I'm saying? So when I say that, I'm like I can do that, right? It's the same idea. Women trying to lock down a man for marriage, and they try to lock them down before they hit their stride. But do I think women know that men hit their stride? I don't know about that part, but I know they know the other part. I think they do. I'll let you know.
All right. So I wanted to preface this because I'm going to get into the CGA thing here, right? The CGA versus Hafeez right now. But I wanted you guys to have that as sort of like that. That's the buildup. That's your tease. There's your foreplay right there. The reason why she's talking about like guys, most guys are like invisible. That really, you want to know the part, like, by the way, so Tori was our producer on Access Vegas 2 weeks ago. Well, last Friday. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, Friday. And by the way, did a fantastic job. I tell you what's funny is like everybody, like if I bring Tori on my show and she's showing off her tits, which she does quite a lot. Not here, hey, good. But she says something intelligent. She has some insight and everything. Like, but if I bring her on here, she looks the way she does, and people are like, oh, why do you bring this ratchet girl on here? Fuck her. But we put her as the producer on Access Vegas with CJ Sparks, with Spiritual Bimbo, Circus Tits, and Ambry and Jamie Villamore, who, by the way, is very intelligent. I want to bring her back for next one. Fair use. I'm pretty sure I don't need fair use on this one, Big Mo, but thanks for the reminder there. I appreciate you, man. But actually, which reminds me, speaking of fair use, there we go. Thank you. But when I bring her on is now as in the capacity of, serving the function of being a producer on Access Vegas, everybody loves her all of a sudden. They're like, oh, she's the smartest one there. And literally those are the comments in the chat. Like, so she's a dumb bimbo when she comes on my show and we're just one-on-one, but she's a genius on Access. Come on, man. Like throw my girl a bone at least. She's more intelligent than you guys think. And that's, again, I'm big props, whatever. Again, catching one of my students doing well. I think this was a brilliant insight. Thank you very much for that, Tori. I'm going to remove you from the stream now. I thought it was really good. So, so by the way, the invisibility side of things, the reason why she was saying, oh, women just don't see you. Yeah, that's true. They don't actually see you. We talked about that on the show. That's what she's referencing was on from Access Vegas. That was probably the most agitating part of that show. Like you look at analytics and you see where viewership and like chats spiked. It was right there. Oh, I can't believe these girls think I'm invisible. Yeah, well, we can clearly point out that they don't see you and they don't care to see you. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, well, it is what it is. The karma's a bitch. Let's see what else. What do we got here? Sam Bada, thank you. Yeah, I put the trademark on. It's on, dude. I'm sorry. Thank you all right, holding me accountable. Thank you. I'm holding myself accountable. Dog hairs in my face. God damn it. Okay, let's get started. I started off here for a reason. I'm coming in probably about a third of the way through the show because I think these are the most salient points. And yes, I'm going to go like time cue by time cue. So let's get into this.
Okay, so that's kind of like my
I want the young men and even young women listening at home to be like, got it, Ali, boom, boom, Natalia, cool, makes sense. All right, coach. And then Hafeez, flip it on us, right? Because we established the fact that 70 to 80% of marriages, relationships, the woman initiates a divorce or a breakup. But oftentimes, sometimes a man will initiate a breakup. Sure. From your perspective, what are the top 3 reasons men end a relationship with their women?
I would say number one, lack of respect. So that goes to, like I said, men want to feel loved, but oftentimes are the giver of love, and nobody really not a lot of people focus on men receiving. So if there's a lack of respect, he may pull the trigger on that one if it feels like he's not going to lose his children, right? So that would be reason number one. I would say lack of intimacy. People can say sex, but she can lie there like a Carl's Jr. star and he can pump her 5 strokes. It don't mean that he got sex from her. Most of the prostitution-oriented sex is in marriage. But with that being said, if he does get a couple of pity duty sex is out of his wife doesn't mean he got anything.
So you're saying that there's a difference between sex and intimacy.
Absolutely. Intimacy.
Got it.
I mean, guys are looking for intimacy, and sometimes it's better to pay somebody for some intimacy than to get it from your own wife.
So the reason why I'm starting this is because we almost always, and he quotes this in here too, we almost always talk about like the 70 to 80% of women initiate divorce. Like you don't even need me to tell you that. Go look that up on Google. It's there. I just work here, man. Where's you cite your sources? Hey, dude, motherfucker, go and you have Google just like I do. You know where I got the source? I went, okay, divorce rates. What the calories you would expend by typing that out is too much for you. I got to go and give you the link. Come on, man. You can find this is like very readily available. So the numbers, I've seen it as low as like 67%. And I've seen it as high as 80%. Just depends on whose stats we're looking at and what year and blah, blah, blah. Okay. I think if we said 75%, we'd probably in the mean average, I think we'd probably be all right. But we do know that women way more than men initiate divorce. Why is that? Well, it's funny you should ask because I have all the data for that I'm going to actually go over with Myron in November. I have actually covered it here a couple shows, 3 shows back, I think. I dug up the stats for like why it is that women divorce, or it's kind of hard because that's self-reported. So when a woman gets into a divorce, and I've had counseling with guys who are going through divorce, and they're saying, especially the guys even in my Patreon group, which by the way will be next week, will be on Wednesday of next week, in case you're watching. But I've had guys who I think I got at least 2 of them now who've explained to me that everything was cool and they were going to, the divorce was going to be amicable until her female divorce attorney said, well, you should go to counseling. You should go to marriage counseling first to say that you tried, right? There's all these precursors, these buildups to divorce. There's all these things like your wife says, oh, you know what? If you're having trouble in your marriage and your wife says, oh, I think we really need to go to counseling. Odds are that's to establish like plausible deniability. That's I tried everything I could, Your Honor. I need all the money. Like that. If you're seeing those signs, I think they're really neat. Maybe Rich Cooper's the better one to write this because I didn't go through divorce, but like there are probably some signs or some like things that happen, like the buildup to things that happen prior to a divorce, red flags. Like if your wife does this, if your wife does, okay, I'm not saying that all of those mean the same thing, but there is a process that attorneys will tell women who are planning to divorce you to do before she hands you the papers. One of those, we got to go to counseling. Oh, he didn't try. He never showed up. And suddenly this amicable divorce is like, now I want half. I want your car. I want part of your company. I want all kinds of stuff. So I think that a lot of guys think that in the beginning, it's a process, right? I think in the beginning of a divorce, they think that they're going to, oh, it's going to be good. We're mutually agreed on wanting to leave and blah, blah, blah. Not so much. Why is it that 70 to 80% of women initiate divorce? Well, you will hear the most common answer is, well, he was an asshole. He was irreconcilable differences. Well, it doesn't matter because it's like no fault divorce anyways. So they can say whatever the fuck they want to say that makes them look good, because the reason they will say that is because, first of all, they're not held accountable by their girlfriends. I was a hoe. I was a drug addict, right? And so I thought about that when this conversation was happening, because what Adam just asked here is like, well, when men initiate divorce, what's the deal? Like, what reasons do men initiate divorce for? I would presume, and I don't know this for a fact, but if statistically speaking, I presume that Coach Greg Adams' ex-wife filed for divorce, and it wasn't him who filed. It was probably her. Like, statistically speaking, 75% chance. I'm pretty confident that his wife probably filed for divorce. So when you ask, hey, what do men file for divorce? Well, you can go and look at like Women's Day or Psychology Today or whatever pop psychology, culture media, whatever it is, and find those. I'm sure I've looked this up before the show, by the way. You'll see if you go Google why men initiate divorce, it'll always be like men's fitness written by women, right? It'll be something that seems a GQ, all owned and written by women. And it'll always be something like, respect and appreciation and communication. And it's like, no, that's why women, those are the rationales why women divorce. So men and women are the same, so they got to be the same. So let's just type some, our article that's just essentially like this, wokesy, gynocentric crap. If it worked for women, it must work for men too, right? Because we're just the same. We're just, it's just the plumbing's different. No, bullshit. I'll tell you, you want to know why the majority, because most men don't want to initiate divorce because they are not financially incentivized to file for divorce. So things have to get really fucking bad to want to file for divorce. And either or, he's found a better opportunity. Things were so fucking bad that he's like, you know what? I'm out. I can't deal. That's like, think about the rarity of that. Even if, like, let's just say, like, for sake of argument, it's like 80% women and 20% men. If you're in the 20% of guys who says, you know what? I just can't do it. I'm going to file papers. What did she do? Like, what circumstances arose in your marriage that prompted a man to go, you know what? I know I'll lose half my shit if I do this, but it's just so bad that I can't do. And I know it's going to be expensive, and I know it's going to take a long ass time, and I know it's going to disrupt the family. And I know most guys will say, well, I stuck it out for the children. Most guys will say that. Guys who are in like shitty marriages, just as Tori was saying a minute ago, it's like being an innocent man in jail. Most guys won't file for divorce. It's cheaper to keep her, right? MGTOWs? Is CGA even a MGTOW anymore? I'm curious, because that's what he came in on. That's one of the problems I have with you say. By the way, I guess I should clarify that. Let me finish this up. But like, I'll clarify why I have some kind of problems with CGA. But he's not wrong. He did actually. By the way, again, catching somebody doing something right. You CGA, I think you dominated this. Absolutely, gold star, flowers for you. Dominated this conversation. There's no, it's like checkmate, Hafeez. Like, this is the kind of shit I wish people say, well, how come you're not on the show here? I wish I would. I wish I would have been on that show. But that would like be beating up on a child, because that's essentially what CGA did. He was beating up on the child that is Hafeez. And I think that should be apparent to anyone who's watched this all the way through. Don't watch just the little buzz clips, because I'm sure they're coming. Jedediah Bila, I love you to death, girl. You're I kind of consider her one of my students. However, this is where the real, sizzle and steak. This is where the real steak is right here, is the conversation between CGA and Hafeez. And Hafeez is not used to having this, like, being just, thrown over a barrel like this. So again, CGA, you did it. You did a good job. You did a good job. You did a great job. Okay. So why is it, and maybe the chat knows, maybe we should throw it to the chat here. Why is it, what do you think the number one reason is that men initiate divorce when they much more rarely do? 20%, right? If at greatest 20%. Why is it that men initiate divorce? Do you know? Because I do. I actually found it. I actually looked at the stats. You know what it is? No, man. Okay, wait. Oh, these are good. Keep going. Keep coming out. Cheating? Nope. Infidelity? Nope. Let's see what else is here. Got something else for me? Woman is crazy. Yeah, she is crazy. Infidelity? Nope. Cheating? Nope. Let's see. Who's this? I'm highly engaged. What are you talking about? I've been getting more in touch with the chat. Thank you. So what do you think, Con? Oh, Big Mo. Good try. Thank you.
Hello there, children.
No, good try. Let's see. She cheated on you. Okay. Cheating or fatso. Weight gain is definitely part of it, but like, what's the number one reason? Come on, give it to me. No, not disrespect. See, these are the ones like, okay, so I can understand why you would want to like break up with her because she's cheating on her. Most guys, even after cheating, especially the 80%er guys who think that they'll never get with another girl, they're like, cheating, by the way, on the part of women is not a deterrent for divorce. Now, I'm not saying that is definitely on the list, but the number one reason, keep going. Let's see. Actually, there's the top 2 reasons, I guess. No, not cheating, not infidelity, not betrayal. By the way, there's no such thing as a small betrayal. Disrespect. That is part of the articles. That's kind of like that. I would expect that. And by the way, yeah, and anyone would. No guy divorces a woman because she disrespects him. He will tough it out before disrespect will make him take on the liabilities of alimony, child support, and the expense and time and everything else that are involved with divorce. You want to know why men don't divorce as much as women? That's why, because women are incentivized. Men are definitely not. But of the men who do, let's keep going. This is really good. Let's see. Cheating? No, not cheating. Let's see. Keep going. Come on. No, it's something much more nuts and bolts. No sex. Okay. No. I thought that would be on there. That's actually, I think, towards the bottom. I think that's like number 5 or 6, right? No sex, like a sexless marriage. Like you can't have it. You can't hang anymore. What usually happens, by the way, it was when a woman holds out or she's not like having sex with her husband. What that guy will do is he'll either jerk off to porn more, or else he'll look for hookers, or he'll look for opportunities outside the marriage. And what happens then? Women go, oh, okay, well, he's having an emotional affair with pornography, or he's addicted, or he's fucking whores on the side. So I had to divorce him. That's actually by the way, this unbelievably is really a catalyst for women initiating divorce rather than men. Like, I'll hold out on him until he cheats. And then when he cheats, then I'll have a reason to leave him. That's why. That's the incentive right there. Let's keep going. No box, no violence. I think that's number 3, but that's pretty good. It's very much related. Let's see. Keep going. You guys, you'll figure it out. No money. Now, money and sex are usually the thing, but let's keep going. Marry again. No. Abuse. Close. That's in the violence category. Yeah, listens to country music. Yes, that's a divorceable. Honey, no more Trey Adkins or whatever. Disrespect. No. Men don't divorce for the same reasons that window. You know what the number 1 reason is? Come on. A little dick. No, it's not a little dick. Although I have a little dick, I'm divorcing you. Come on, man. Extortion. Nope. She smells. Nope. Keep going. Number 1, number 2. Wait, there, I saw it. I think I saw it. Hold on. Let me go back. Somebody had it. Hold on. No, it's not no sex. Lost attraction. That's weight gain. Spending. That's the money side of things, which is on the list, by the way, but it's not one of the top 2. Okay, let's keep going. Paternity. No, I would have met that. I think that would be under infidelity, but keep going. Man, this is great. You guys are really engaged here. Menopause. I divorced you because, boy, if that was the case. Lost frame. He lost frame, so he's then divorcing her? No. Why do men, when they rarely do, why do men initiate divorce? Knowing that it's going to cost them a lot of money, knowing that it's going to disrupt the family. Most guys will not initiate divorce because it's like and you guys are right about this, MGTOWs, it's cheaper to keep her, right? We're staying together for the kids. We're staying together. You want to know why gray divorce is such a thing? Is because it's the gray divorce is the guys who said, well, I did the right thing and I stayed together for the kids until we were empty nesters and then we were out, right? Found the red pill. Although, no. You know what the number 2? Come on, it's much more nuts and bolts than that. Number 1. Ready? Number 1, drug abuse. She's an addict. That was number 1. She uses drugs. It's the only way that guys are like, you know what? I cannot deal with this shit anymore. Drug abuse, drug use, alcoholism, drug use. That's number 1. Number 2. You know what number 2 is? Come on. She's a criminal. Criminality. She's in jail. She's going to go to jail. criminality number 2. Drug abuse, criminality. Well, yeah, she's in jail or she's going to go to jail. She's been picked up by the police. Those are the top 2. Drug abuse and criminality. That's what it takes for the guy, as Tori said, who is in a miserable marriage, who is sending to prison an innocent man. That's it. Like I said, it's much more tangible than that. And then you got infidelity, you got all these other more esoteric things. Those are nuts and bolts. Men, what is it? Men are more interested in things and women are more interested in people. Yes, that's what it takes. You want to know why the majority of women, when they lose custody of their children, you know what it's for? No, it's not disrespect. It's no, it's not because the guy fought harder or had a better lawyer. She's a criminal. That's how they lose their kids. In fact, you know what's funny is they'll probably go to CPS before they'll go to the father. I've talked to guys who've been through that. Drug abuse, criminality. A woman's in jail. I guess you get the kids, bro. No one else will take them. The aunties are not there. Guess you get them. It takes drug abuse. It takes criminality on the part of a woman for them to lose their custody rights. That's how fucked up this is. Okay. Now, I wish, like, maybe he knew this, maybe he didn't, but I wish if CGA had been more in this game, he probably would have come up with that drugs. If you would have said that would have killed the conversation right there. I'm kind of glad he kind of went, oh, disrespect, appreciation. That's what we think of. Men will suffer through no appreciation. They will suffer through disrespect. You small shrimp dick motherfucker. They will suffer through that. She'll talk about your mother. Right? Oh, what is this? I'd call off the wedding if the pastor doesn't have their actual. That was too good, Big Mo. That was too good. I'm proud of my boy. Let's see. This was okay. I got. Thanks, PP. I got another one from. Is Fresh actually in the Fresh? Sorry, I missed this. I failed to star this. Is Fresh actually in the chat right now? Because I want to say something to Fresh publicly if that's actually him. Now we'll keep going. I'll have to determine if that's actually Fresh. Fresh, like they can't see me because I'm too dark. This is Fresh. He's under the bed, dark. Fresh is as black as I am white. So that I'll tell you something. What's that actually him? Big Mo? That was him. Okay. So I got to stop the show real quick. Fresh is one of my best friends. And I mean that sincerely. I've been in a Lamborghini with him, in the convertible Lamborghini with him. And you know what we talk? You know what we talk about? Have you called your mom? Have you called mom yet? We actually sat in his Lamborghini and we like live chat with his mom. I've met his mother, and she's wonderful. I mean, you've probably seen the Instagram and stuff. I think we were going to go get like some off-white glasses, right? I met his mother. He knows what my wife looks like. So he's part of my family as far as I'm concerned. You come at Fresh, you're coming at me too. He's part of my tribe. He's part of my family. And he is a real one. That's all I'm going to say. He is a real one. I don't care. Like, I tell you, man, it is. This is the maximum amount of self-control that I have to have right now because I would really like to do this stream. I would really like to. I think you want to talk about respect, disrespect, and you want to talk about like respectability and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I love Fresh like a brother. And I hate to see this shit happen to him, especially when I know outright lies are being told about him. I know that outright lies are told about him. And I'm respecting their wishes. I'm not saying shit, but I just want to say, Fresh, you're a real one and I love you. So there you go. Let's keep going.
A lot of marriages are going on right now because he's paying for intimacy somewhere else. With that being said, if he's not getting intimacy and respect from his wife, he gonna leave if it doesn't hurt him financially.
Got it. And then third,
catch that.
I would say
if it doesn't hurt him financially, that's why drug abuse is the only incentive. Well, drug abuse and criminality. Violence, by the way, is number 3 because people put that in there. So I got to call that out. Like there's actually violence in the like domestic violence, but it's directed towards the man. But usually you don't see that as a stated reason because first of all, there's very few records for that because there's no like battered men's shelters unless you follow, Paul Elam, right? What's this? You tell me, man. I just work here. So, excuse me. Damn it, I need another coffee. Yeah. So drug abuse, violence. Well, violence is number 3. There's other ones down the list there, but the ones that I was able to find, like the actual tangible reasons: drug abuse and criminality. Like she went to jail, or she's involved in like a crime. Those are the reasons why guys will divorce. And they kind of try. Now, here's the thing. That's the general. I'm going to go to like sort of the personal here. If you've read The Rational Male, Positive Masculinity, there is a 4-part series in that book, that 4 chapters. It's called The Reconstruction. I wrote that for guys who were in marriages, who are in sexless marriages, who are like, Rollo, I love my wife. I don't want to fuck around on her. I don't want to cheat on her. I learned game. I'm using it on her. It's saying it's working, but it's like, I just want her to have sex with me again. I just want to rekindle what we used to have. And so for the most part, it's usually get your fat ass in the gym, right? But there's a perspective there. It's kind of like built on the cheaper to keep her kind of thing. I tell guys from the very beginning of that chapter, I said, you need to break up with her. And I don't mean like file for divorce. I mean, like, you have to break up with her in your head. Like, this person is just my roommate. This is no longer my wife. This is not my girlfriend. I have responsibilities, and she's a she's partner in my rent. She pays rent here, just like I pay rent. You have to break up with her in your mind. And then when you do that, then you go, okay, I'm going to focus on myself. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to, do what I want to do. I'm going to turn myself into my mental point of origin. But the and I'll let you guys, I'm not going to go too deep into that, but the overwhelming response that I get. And by the way, this has been since I was in college. Because as you know, when I was doing my work in psychology, I would go and take like the unsexy cases. Like, I had to go and talk to guys who were between the ages of 45 and 65. That was my demographic. I didn't get to go do all the fun shit like ovulatory shift. I didn't get to go do that. I was talking to, like, my peer counseling was with men 45 to 65. And you know what? They were crying in my lap saying, if she would just tell me what to do, I would do it. And really all he wanted to do was fuck his wife again. Like, he fucked her when they were in their 20s and wanted to rekindle that. He'd been in a sexless marriage for 25 some odd years. He was the innocent man in jail, as Tori has so eloquently put it. And so that had been my experience dealing with these guys doing peer counseling. Now, I'm not a clinical psychologist, but like, that was what I had to do. I'm listening to these guys, and then I look, okay, well, why don't you just divorce her? Well, they're still in love with her. Well, I got to stay together for the kids. By the way, any of those reasons that you guys gave me in the chat just a minute ago, like, all of those things can be superseded by the fact that either I'm still in love with her. I still love her. I'm willing to put up with the indignation of her disrespect, of her sexlessness, of staying together for the kids, of being the responsible guy. I'm the responsible. You're being responsible. Responsibility, there it is. But you have no authority, and there's no appreciation. And for the most part, men will suffer through that. They'll tolerate that overwhelmingly, because they're not at best, men are initiating divorce at 25%, right? 75, 25. At best, it is a quarter of divorces are initiated by men on average. So what does that mean? That they will put up and tolerate stuff because it's either she's the best he can do, they're in love. Look at all, listen to any guy who stays in a horror. You probably know, listen to any dude that is suffering through a shitty marriage, and listen to why he stays and why he doesn't leave. There's the financial incentives. Yeah, I don't want to get raked over the coals. I don't want to lose half my stuff. That's what of course, we hear that all the time from the black pill doomers. Yeah, because we hear it enough. I think it's better that we stay together because we're staying together for the kids. Yeah, you're going to eventually get divorced when you're 65, and then you're fucked. Okay, well, maybe it's better to do it now. Then you pull the Band-Aid off now and strip it off, and then pull it slowly off, right? You can make those connections, but what I have experienced and what I see statistically here is men will tolerate disrespect. They will tolerate infidelity. They will tolerate a sexless marriage. They will tolerate all this shit. How do I know? Because they're only 25% of the divorces. That's how I fucking know. I don't need to go ask every single one of them. I can look at the stats. You don't need religion. You don't need freaking feel good rationales or any of that bullshit. You just look at the numbers there and you can see what's going on. Oh, why is Rollo against marriage? I'm not against marriage. I'm against divorce, but we got to look at why people get divorced. I've never even done a show on, I've never even talked about this before. Why do men initiate divorce? Drug abuse and criminality, apparently. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I looked this up. Thank you, CGA, for inspiring me to look this up. So, I had to get rid of her because it was disrespect and it was she didn't appreciate me. There's some other ones. I had this other. I should go look up that article that I looked up. But it's all this feel good shit and written by women who seem to think that men think like women. Well, as a woman, why do I think that men would get divorced? That's what those articles are all about. No, bullshit. It's much more nuts and bolts than that. It's much more pragmatic than that. It has to be a pragmatic decision. It has to be so bad that she's a drug addict and she's in jail for guys to go, you know what, time to get out. I'm not saying that there aren't other reasons. There are. But as CGA was saying here, you would have to go against the financial incentives to stay in marriage, right? I got to stay with her. I'm in love with her. Men approach love idealistically. Women approach love opportunistically. Oh, that sounds so horrible, Rollo. How do you know that? Oh, not all women. Bullshit. What precipitates divorce more than anything else? A woman getting a raise in pay, getting a promotion at work, that precipitates divorce. I got the stats for that too. Yeah, I want blue. Women don't. The average woman does not want the average man. If you turn into the average man while you're in marriage, you can expect her to be, hanging out late with her personal trainer, or you can say, "Oh, we ain't gonna make it. We need to go to counseling." Shit, that comes up. That's wait a minute. Here we go.
Stump that bitch.
Tom Likas. That is last stop before toll. There's a series of things that are going on. Now everybody's going to sing my praises, but then you know what's going to happen? Everybody's going to go, but aren't you married too? How could you be against divorce? Do you want me to go through that one again? Because I will, but I'd rather look at this.
You said respect, sex / intimacy.
Yeah, I would say obviously then the kids. I mean, there's going to be something associated with the kids. If he knows he can keep a relationship with his children, aka she screwed up and he can get up out of there, and he can use that as leverage to make sure he doesn't lose time with his kids, then he'll pull the trigger. Yeah.
No, he won't, because most guys are in no financial position to do that. And you know what? I'll halfway agree with that. He will do that, like kids is being involved in the mix here. Yes. If mom's a drug addict. Oh, looks like I'm getting custody. I guess I'm good with it. Oh, mom's in jail. Yeah, I'll pull the trigger. And I get the kids. Okay, I guess I'll do it.
Got it. Okay. Go ahead, Hafeez.
Yeah. I want to take a little differently, because there's nothing that I'm going to add to it that Coach Greg Adams hasn't shared. I think I agree with it. The third one may hit or miss. But here's
translation. I have no counter argument.
Here's the nuance I think is lacking in the conversation, especially to the young guys who kind of consume this kind of content. There's always truths in what people say. Like you say a lot of things that are true, but if you end the sentence there, it's not going to benefit people's lives.
Okay. Did he say anything false? Because that's really, there's a lot of truths in what people say. Okay. But what did he say that was wrong? What did he say that was, what did he say that was factually incorrect? I mean, Hafeez, I can tell you right now, it's drug abuse, and it is, violence is third, and it is criminality, which I guess sort of could be violence too.
And so to me, I think one of the fundamental challenges is when you come at things from a perspective of things are going to fail, when you come at things from a perspective as worst case scenario, like, so there's this interesting, I won't get too lost in the sauce, but there's this interesting TV show where this guy he spent an hour watching the worst events in humanity. The worst murders, the worst rapes, the worst thefts. He saw the worst in humanity for an hour. After watching the worst in humanity for an hour, how do you think he felt about humans, Adam?
Yeah, obviously he was just
probably felt like crap. He
so
probably
good.
felt
of
really
course.
bad. So
Probably.
what happens so often in the marriage conversation, like I said, it's balance.
Okay, let me just sort of pick that analogy apart. I hate to be the Spurg. Here's Spurg Rollo here. It's Spurg Rollo time. Okay, yeah. We tend to focus on negatives. That's I was saying before. It's more important to catch people doing things right than it is. Well, not more important, but we have to at least catch people doing something right? Because it's very easy to sort of pick at it. We, as humans, we remember the negative more than the positive. That's what he's kind of. Well, if all you hear is guys coming down on marriage instead of saying it's a fucking better than chocolate cake, then I guess you're contributing to the marriagelessness. CGA, which it probably is from that perspective. However, you want another analogy? Here's my other analogy. Do violent video games create mass shooters? Done a lot of research on that, really. Since the mid 90s, right? What is the very robust research on mass shooters being correlated with, I don't know, Call of Duty, right? Or think of what's your favorite violent video game? Call of Duty, Bayonetta, name it. Does that cause any kind of thing? What is this? What is that? This is not. You're saying this is not an argument? Was it? This is not arguments. Worst crime, etc. Are anomalies. 70% is the majority. Yeah. Okay. I know. Yeah, I tell you what. You're probably feeling the same. Merch. You're probably feeling the same way I was when I'm watching this. I'm like, Hafeez argues from a position of emotionalism. Always. I've brought this up 100 different times. He's always arguing from a position of emotion because that's really all he knows. He essentially, Hafeez in all of these is trying, I think, to I don't say cope, but he's kind of trying to reconcile what he knows about the red pill, and then he's married and her religious convictions. I know GTA, Grand Theft Auto, yeah, definitely. But he's trying to reconcile his marriage and how he came into that marriage with a lot of the stuff that, like, guys, he just doesn't have any factual counter arguments against. And I understand. You know what, Hafeez, I can feel you, Merch. I can empathize with that because people, I have always said this. I mean, I want guys to have good marriages. I want guys to be in relationships. We're better together than we are apart. I want to facilitate that. I want to facilitate that through the red pill and understanding and equipping guys. I wish that people could have the same kind of marriage that I have with my wife. I get that all the time. Hell, I have some, I'm not going to mention names. I have some very, very affluent friends who would probably, if I could in some way package what I have and mass produce my relationship with something alike to that and sell that, I would be a multi-bajillionaire. I can't do that because everybody's everybody. Everybody's an individual. And my circumstances are certainly not going to be yours or theirs or anything else. But I feel it, man. I would love to be an advocate. I wish I could be an advocate for marriage as it is idealistically. And I think that's where he's at right now. He's still stuck in this blue pill idealism about marriage because he kind of has to, because he's invested in his 1-year marriage right now. And bravo, good for you. I hope you can make it work out. But you're probably not going to make it work out you can make it work. I think there's like 2 ways to make them. And this is, you want some advice? Here's some advice. Here's your prescription for the day. I don't do prescriptions very often. There's 2 ways to make a marriage work. There's lots of ways for it to fuck up and die. Okay. But there's 2 ways to make a marriage work. One of them is through faith, through having the same religious convictions. So if that woman is so invested in her religion and her relationship with God and her convictions and everything else that is something that is a buffer towards hypergamy and a buffer over her natural innate impulses. If it's a buffer, if it is some way a deterrent or some kind of X factor against the incentives to 75%, the incentives to divorce you, to stick with you, to fuck you on a regular basis. If that's the case, then you can be like, you're a Muslim, I'm a Muslim, great. I'm going to have 2 more wives. Okay, that's how we do it, right? If you're invested in those religious beliefs, in those that cultural, familial, religious perspective, that's how you can make it work. Now, the other way is you got to be red pill. You've got to understand your nature, and you have to understand women's nature, and you have to be able to fluidly work within that. You have to make yourself your own mental point of origin, and you have to use red. I got to game your wife. I'm not saying game your wife. Be the game. You have to. I have to anticipate though. It has to become second nature. Remember what I said about like learning your chords and learning your scales when you're playing guitar, and you can't make music unless you know that. You will not be able to play the music of a good marriage unless you know the music theory and the circle of fifths and your fucking Aeolian and Dorian and all Locrian, Mixolydian. You have to know all that scales so that you can make the music of a good marriage. Damn, that was good. Fuck, I'm a brilliant. That was brilliant. But you will not make the music of a good marriage unless you're a master of that craft. And most guys simply just don't have the patience for that. Well, she's just going to fuck around on me anyways. Like most guys, it's not worth the effort. And the women that they're with, they'll never appreciate that this guy's a master. Like he's a master with what of me. I'll defer to your authority. You're the man. You drive the car. I have had that since day one. I really, really wish I could be the advocate for marriage that everybody thinks I ought to be, because I'm not shitting on marriage. If I was on this show, I would be in between the two of these guys, because I don't think CGA is 100% on. I think a lot of the MGTOW doom pill, spurg pill, whatever, spurg tau, whatever. I think I think that Hafeez is right in some ways. It can be overly negative. It can be very nihilistic. I've all done those shows before. But is it wrong? No, he's factually correct. Is Hafeez right about like wanting a good marriage and wanting to have a family and wanting to be, socially enforced monogamy? Socially enforced monogamy has been the bedrock of Western civilization for a very long time right now. It countermands our innate mating strategies, which is being promiscuous. We want to fuck around. That's why guys watch porn when they're married, right? Unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. So is Hafeez right or wrong? I think he's more wrong than he's right, but I understand why he's invested in that, because he's in his feels, and he argues from a position of emotionalism because he's very invested in his convictions. Because if he's not, then he feels like he's failing God and failing his marriage, by the way. And later on, CGA talks about, hope is not a strategy. That's one of his, monkey backflips and hope is not a strategy. Trademark that now, CGA, if you haven't already. Good quotes, and nothing triggered him more than when CGA talked about that.
Too many guys in the comments in this red pill world, they are consumed with the worst case scenario. And there's enough stories like that for days. Mm-hmm. He can spend 48 hours telling us every single worst case scenario, and he's only touching the tip of the iceberg of all the stories he's heard.
Yeah, but where is he wrong? Where is the factual inaccuracies? Where is he incorrect in the problem that he solves?
There's enough information about the worst case scenario, about marriage, about divorce. Oh, she left me. And there's enough of that in this world.
Go down,
and so my biggest thing is that how does that make society better? Especially, I'm passionate about it, going back to like Black community.
It makes society better in that it educates men about the contract that they are entering into. And I've done these episodes already, so I won't belabor this. Marriage is effectively an unconscionable contract, at least in the West, certainly in the United States. You can make a case for other places. I'm not going there. It's effectively an unconscionable contract. Do you know what an unconscionable contract is? It is a contract that is so outrageously lopsided in the favor of one party that the other party would never sign it or would never enter into it unless they were like forced at gunpoint, or they were drunk, right? That is an unconscionable contract. In fact, that's not my terms. That's a legal term. I actually quoted this in The Rational Male Religion, which is my 4th book, available on Amazon and Audible. It is an unconscionable contract. Men have more maneuverability, freedom, and power over their lives outside of marriage than inside of marriage. That's where you need to, Hafeez, I'm going to give you some advice here. Like, if you want to make a case for marriage, make a case for reforming marriage. Make a case for saying, you know what? We need to hold these bitches accountable, and we need to have some discernment so that we can reform the compromise, the contract of marriage. It's not that men don't want to get with women. They do. Clearly they do. Like, what was Tori saying? They always get married. Even the guys who are dyed-in-the-wool, red pill dudes who've been burned and divorced before are still getting remarried. No, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to say who it is, but like, I just work here, man. That's all I do. But thing is there, the want is there. The desire for a good, loving relationship where you wake up with a chick who you've been with for 26 years and it's nice and you love her and you have the dogs and everything. It's fucking great. And she's like, you know, oh, you're going to go hang out with those chicks this weekend in Vegas? Yeah, okay, good. I'll fuck you real good. And well, thank you. Bye. Okay. I don't have any reason to cheat, right? I have lots of opportunity. I always have, but why? I want to be married. I like being married. I absolutely do. And I wish other guys could enjoy this too. I joke around with like Torshaa, and I joke around with like Sarah Davis, and I joke around with Echo, who was here a little while ago. And I joke around with women who know, you know, my groupies, right? Ladies. I joke around with them and I call them my sister wives because like, I would love for them to have that too. Just like I would love my very affluent friends to have the same kind of marriage. I would love for that to happen. So that's why I call them sister wives. Am I banging them? No, but it's like, I want them to feel like, you know, I want them to feel good. I tell my boys, you know, I wish you could have this. We're better together than we are apart. People are like just out of their minds when they hear me say something like that. But then if I say something that is on the opposite side and I say, be wary, or I'll say this, I'll say, marriage today is an all downside risk. Or I'll have a debate with like a Dr. Herbert Piper, like I did when on Pat Campbell's show. And people think, oh, how could Rollo be against marriage? He's been married for 25 years. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm notable about this. I'm in a very fucking good marriage. And I'm telling you, be careful. Here's the stats. I'm not saying do it or don't do it. I think probably today you should not get married. But it's not. Do you think me saying that is going to actually, well, Rollo said I couldn't do it. He didn't give me permission. Do you think I say, fuck you, Rollo? I think I found a unicorn. I know that's going to happen. I'm not against marriage. I'm against Pollyanna. Didn't see it coming. I didn't know she was going to turn on me, Rollo. I didn't know all this before I got involved. I need to read the preventive medicine. That's what I'm against. Make an educated decision, at the very least, know what you're getting into, which is an unconscionable contract. So Hafeez, if you're going to have this conversation again, and you will, start it from this perspective. Start it from the perspective that marriage needs reform. Why is that such it's a curb this fucking high? What marriage needs to be reformed, especially in a formal, legalistic sense. Why do men don't want to get? Well, they're just afraid of losing half their stuff. They're weak. They need to do what God tells them to do. It's like they need to take more responsibility and be accountable. Fuck you. No, because it's like working for free. It's like entering into prison as an innocent man. Indentured servitude. What coverture laws for men instead of women. You have more freedom. You have more maneuverability. And you know what? Adam Sosnick knows this. He's been married and he's out of it. And he's like, yeah, I tried that marriage thing. Not for me. Especially at 42. And he's like on top of his game. Is he 42? 42 and on top of his game. Owns a club in South Beach. Makes more money than probably anybody on this panel. Women love him. Just ask Leah Heilpern. Women love him. So men fear him. Women love him. Adam Sosnick. But he even says later on in the interview here, like when we did the the calculator, the value calculator for guys, he knows his value. And as I said in the first book, There's a chapter called The Threat, and I will quote myself so no one else claims it. There's nothing that is more threatening but simultaneously arousing as a man who is aware of his own sexual market value, his own value to women, and he embraces it and he flaunts it and he uses it. There's nothing more threatening, but it's also kind of hot for women, for a guy who understands that he's the man that other men want to be and other women want to bang. That's why it's a threat.
Issue that's plaguing the black community. When asked Candace Owens on the right, if you can ask Dr. Eric Dice on the left, they'll tell you it's fatherlessness, broken families, not enough.
Did you catch that? Fatherlessness. No. That's
Husbands
absolutely. Let me clarify something for you. It's not fatherlessness. It's single motherlessness. That's what it is. 42% of births in the United States are born out of wedlock. That's not all fatherlessness, and also especially in the black community, it's because he conflates this too. And I've said this before, conflating the idea of marriage with fatherhood needs to. In fact, I don't know if you were talking about the first step in reforming marriage. We got to separate that shit right now, because men, even in the black community, have never been more involved in the lives of their children than they are today. But we say it's fatherlessness. You know why? Because they're not married. So father equals married. Being a father, fatherlessness, well, they're not married. No, well, dad's still very involved. He just doesn't want to have anything to do with the woman who raked him over the coals, or maybe he's just the baby daddy, but he's very involved in the child's life. Most guys want to be, especially if they have a son, they want to be involved in that child's life, even in the black community, that demographic. Right. And I really got to dig that. I have the stats for that. It's on the IFS database, family studies database, but never especially now, the guys are definitely held accountable when it comes to child support. I got to pay my bills. Never been more involved in children's lives. They're just not married to the mother. Now, is that a better ideal situation? Absolutely. But don't call it fatherlessness. They're still involved in their child's life. They're just not married to the mother. So again, that is conflating stats, and we need to be very clear about that, because you won't have a real you'll stay in your feels. You'll stay in this emotionalism bullshit if you don't clarify those terms, if you don't point that out. I will call that out every fucking time.
Wives coming together, raising families. That's what's destroying the black community. That's what I'm passionate about. And so to me, the biggest thing is how is simply spending all day, keyword all day, majority of my day, hearing about the worst case scenario about marriage and divorce and alimony and getting screwed over. How is that going to help black men become better fathers?
They won't get involved with women that want to exploit them.
How is that going to help them become better husbands? How is that going to equip them with the tools needed to build healthy families and to create legacies of change? And so to me, that's one of the biggest reasons why.
I'll tell you how. Would you like me to tell you how? Because you're equipping them with the knowledge and the understanding to make an educated decision. You know what I'll tell you? Here's the funny thing is when those guys get into a divorce, we say, well, you should have known. You should have fucking known. Didn't you see all the red flags? Didn't you see all this shit? Didn't you know this before you got involved in this? Oh man, if you were a real man, you would have figured that out. If you had been the best version of yourself, you would have figured that out. If you'd have known about the unconscionable contract that you're signing on for right now, you would have known better. So fuck you, I'm out. Marriage is great. You just couldn't make it work. Dalrock used to have, if you guys remember Dalrock, you probably don't. Dalrock, your parachute may or may not open. Yes. Thank you. This isn't Dalrock, but I've heard this described as like marriage is like building a home on land you will never own. Are you willing to do that? Some guys are. I am. I sure shit am. I know. Eyes wide open. I know. People guys keep saying, oh, doesn't he know that she can take half his stuff? Oh, he must be blue pill because he's married. Yeah, I'm me, Roll Tomasi, right? Well, my real name. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I don't know that? I do know that. That's it. And then yet, I'm the one who's an asshole for being anti-marriage or pro-marriage, because I just told you that we're better together than we are apart. I think men should get married. I think women should get married. I think that that there's nothing better, right? But I can't advocate for it. It's an unconscionable contract. Marriage needs reform, and men need to be educated and held accountable by other men, and women need to be held accountable by other women, like for real, by any of us. That's like, until we solve, like we're looking at it like a one problem, one kind of disease that's created by other diseases here. So let's continue.
Some of the conversation to me is just boring. It's like, yo, like, okay, you have data, and then even some of the data is like 50% of marriages end in divorce.
Yes.
It's like, have we not looked up some of the most recent data? It's just like
yes, we have 50%. Thank you. Continue.
everything is biased.
Oh, by the way, you want some more data? Women cheat more than men now. I did that show a couple weeks ago. There's some more data.
But it's biased to not lead to long-term success. And if we're honest about long-term success, a lot of this information is not it.
I got a question for you. Do you have car insurance?
100%. I know where you're
All right.
going.
Do you have homeowners insurance?
100%.
Do you have life insurance?
100%.
Do you have medical insurance?
100%.
Did you?
When he was doing this, I knew exactly where he was going, and I knew that Hafeez had no idea where he was going, and that's why I'm like, it's like watching a train or like a car crash that's about to happen.
Do you get tired of your insurance agent talking about the possibilities of you losing your life and being rewarded? Hold on for a second. I know, but don't be a but person. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. You have insurances. Although it's a very uncomfortable situation, and life insurance people who sell it tend to be scumbags. They tend to be looked at as scumbags. Like, I don't want to have this conversation.
Okay, wait. I have to stop. When he says, insurance people tend to be scumbags. Do you know what Patrick Bet-David has been doing really since 2001? He just sold that business. I laughed my ass off when this went down. I laughed so hard. Like, they tend to be scumbags. Who's gonna tell him? Adam is also an insurance salesman.
About me dying, but you surely will die. So you better have the conversation. The reality is, yes, it's a very tough conversation. I have to spend a lot of time talking about it. It's very difficult. However, there needs to be some insurance, and there's no insurance, and so we must talk about it.
Well, I don't want to put words in Hafeez's mouth. I'm gonna let you answer this, but here's how I'm interpreting this. And believe me, I've made millions of dollars in the insurance world. All right, so I'm good.
We love insurance
I'm good on
over
that.
here.
Yeah, ironically, I don't even sell insurance. I buy insurance off of people because they're sick of paying for their insurance. That's another conversation.
Because many times, they don't get anything from the insurance that they pay, right? But I don't want to put you out of business. I love insurance over here.
Life's good. You're not going to change it.
Exactly.
But here's my point, and this is kind of Hafeez's point, is you're talking about you're going to die, you're getting in a car accident, your house is going to flood, you're going to flood. And he's like, stop talking about the negative shit. What Hafeez is saying, and I'll let you kind of go from here, is, well, let's talk about what happens if that doesn't happen. Let's hear some positive stories. Let's hear about the lovely home we're going to build, the amazing car we're going to drive in, the fact that my house isn't going to get blown away in a hurricane. And I understand what you're saying is like, yeah, brother, you can have the most beautiful house, you can have the most beautiful car, you can have the most beautiful life, but you do need some protection.
Just be fair.
So it's almost like a both. You need both.
But just to be fair, when two people enter into that agreement, that's what they talk about. They don't sit together talking about, hey, when we get divorced, they sit to talk about those things. So the conversation is being had, but it's almost between those two people. But when
all right, let me hold up for a second, because the insurance analogy is also, I think, a little incomplete. And maybe not. What you're looking at is you're looking at two extremes. So I think I don't actually think CGA is all that extreme, but to the lay person, if you didn't know anything about the red pill, if you didn't know anything about this stuff, if you're kind of like the religious guy, you're probably going to slide over to the Hafeez side of things, because he's very, praise the Lord. Let me tell you how we're going to make it work. I said this in the religion chapter, or excuse me, the marriage chapter of my book, Religion, that it's like conviction is like, death or glory, right? The Lord said, well, hey, here's the unconscionable contract that has become marriage since the sexual revolution. You could lose half your stuff. You're going to lose. Your kids are never yours. Marriage is like building a house on land you'll never own. You're entering into an unconscionable contract. Blah blah blah. You can. I mean, you could like CGA. God bless you, man. You can go and rattle off all of the reasons and all of the very practical, factual reasons that nobody can really debate, statistical reasons that nobody can really like have a counter argument to. And you know what? People on Hafeez's side of the board is going to say, God said God said, take that risk, jump off that cliff, go preach against Nineveh. like that's what the Lord said. And I'm going to do it anyways. Right. You know, death or glory. It's an act of faith. It's a confirmation of faith by going out and saying, well, this is what we believe and this is what we're going to do, you know, hell or high water, death or glory. Then you got CGA on the opposite side. And I'm not saying he's 100% on this opposite side, but then you got him who is an atheist. He makes that known in this interview. And he's like, here's the stats. Hope is not a strategy. And here is, here's what you ought to do according to the fact that, you know, it's an unconscionable contract. And why would you ever do something like this? And God forbid you'd ever get remarried to a single mother. Right. So you can, and he's not wrong. Factually, he's not wrong. Religiously, emotionally, Hafeez doesn't think he's wrong as far as like, you know, his feelings about it. The Lord said I'm supposed to get married. Allah said I should go and marry 3 women. Yahweh, Jehovah, Odin said I should go get married. Odin, the All-Father says I should get married. Yes, it's good to have a woman to keep your bed warm. Sorry, I got Drew Bay in my head. But they're both on extreme sides. Now, where I would be is right in the middle of this because I agree and have done shows just like CGA is talking about. And I've also written a book called Religion to sort of like try to put the things that Hafeez is saying into perspective. Why do like they always get married, right, Tori? Why? Well, let's analyze that. I would be right in the middle of this because what I think that Hafeez is overly optimistic, whereas a guy as Hafeez is trying to characterize CGA as, is overly pessimistic and overly cynical. So we're having a conversation, or you're looking at 2 factions here. One is optimism and one is cynicism and or pessimism. What do you want to talk? And when people have asked me this question before, I've said this. I am neither. I am a pragmatist. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, expect the best, but prepare for the worst. Understand what the risks are. I'm not saying, in fact, I am very much a risk taker. I probably take more risks than I probably should. I trust people more than I probably should. I engage in things that I go, this is really wise, right? I'm very much a risk. People don't realize this. Anything I make these calculated, he's so good. He's trying to hawk his books and everything. In some ways, I'm making this shit up as I go along. Like I'm certainly my marketing anyways, in some cases, because this is all the Wild West, right? But I'm a pragmatist. Prepare for the worst, expect the best. I don't think that it has to be one or the other. And I think that in our literalist, semi-autistic, spurgy society, it always has to be one or the other. It's black or white, it's binary, on or off. Are you this or are you that? That's a logical fallacy, presuming that there's not anything else. So that's why I get it from both sides. And I think that this is pessimism versus cynicism. And I would say the choice is clear, pragmatism.
Divorce happens, it happens in the court of public opinion, and it happens in the public court.
Yeah. So
Go ahead,
you asked me a question. That's why I was responding, because you asked me. I was going to respond to the question, but it is what it is. So remember, this is how you.
And karma's a bitch.
No, Adam, this is a true test. Ali, if you want a true test to how someone views the world, see how balanced they are, right? So like, let's see somebody politically. The best people politically are people like Adam. They can go hard on the right and go hard on the left. They can see the good in the right. They can see the good in the left. They have a balanced perspective of both sides.
I'm pretty sure it's the leaned more towards the right, but maybe that's me.
Someone's only going hard here 24/7. You
Yeah.
notice a little bit of offness. Like when my biggest thing is I said balance. I didn't say far west emotional. I didn't say far east logical. I said balance.
Correct.
My point is that if you're trying to tell somebody about buying a house, use a house example. Let's stay with the house example. If you're gonna sell somebody a house, because you know human beings need houses. Of course you're gonna add insurance to it. But this is how you're not gonna sell a house. Let me show you this beautiful house. Do you know if your house burns down and you're inside of it, you're gonna die? Do you know that there's all these electricity problems? You know when a hurricane comes, your house is gonna fall down.
Yeah, you lose your commission if you sell it like that.
And if I'm trying to sell something to you and telling you every worst case scenario, hey.
You know what's funny is like, and I'm not going to do this. I won't subject you to this. But if you see this Hafeez right here, I want you like class.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Class, what I want, here's your homework. I want you to do this after I'm done here, and I'll be done in a little bit here. Go and look at the interview, and you just like maybe just the clips of the interview of Hafeez and Jedediah Bila, and ask yourself, is this the same Hafeez that was debating CGA? Actually, the same day. I think it's the same day, or at least certainly within a day, because the way he talks on his show is not the confident, like convicted, semi-Baptist minister that was on with Jedediah Bila.
Adam, come drive his Lamborghini. Do you know that Lamborghinis, you can get in a crash, you can die? Do you know if you drive at a certain speed, you're gonna it's not either or, because this is what it blows my mind. I know how nihilistic these guys on the internet are, because they can't even tell the nuance. It's not either or, it's both.
Yeah.
I want you, please sit down with Coach and hear about the worst case scenario. Hear about how to protect yourself. Hear about the insurance. I want you to have that. But if all you're doing is watching him, I'm telling you, you're going to be deceived, because all you're going to be consumed about is the worst case scenario and the big bag boogeyman, aka the state, aka your woman screwing you over. You got to hear the balance. You got to hear the best of stories. And I remember Patrick Bet-David, shout out to PBD, said, I would love to hear do a debate. On one end, people who've been married, happily married for 40 years, a beautiful marriage, and then the guy who's been in the worst divorce in human history. And then let the people hear both of the stories.
I got a better idea. Get those two guys, get this guy right in the middle. Right? Get this dude right smack in the middle. Optimism, cynicism, pragmatism. See, that's the problem. Now, here's the thing. It is just, and I'm going to quote myself one more time. It is just as much it's just so much a character flaw, I guess. I'm going to paraphrase. Just as much a character flaw is to be overly optimistic as it is to be overly cynical and overly pessimistic. We still need hope. I don't think that hope is necessarily a strategy, but I do realize that nothing gets done unless we're hopeful that we can win, that we can do something, that we could be better. So in a sense, like, well, hope is not a strategy. It's not, but it's still a necessity. Very much so. I actually made a case for quote unquote magical thinking, imagination in religion. Because without imagination, we don't do anything. We can't imagine anything. We can't do art. We can't do music. We can't do the wonderful things that we think and we hope are possible. We can't land on the moon, Michael Sartain, without a little bit of hope that we might be able to do it. Why the fuck did you climb to the top of Mount Fuji? I was hopeful. Yeah, there's an aspect of hope that we need. And I know that I got to talk to, I really need somebody who is maybe I talked to Andrew Huberman. I forget where I read this, and I need to kind of go back and do a little bit of research. I don't know. I will find out for you. But I'm speaking from memory here. There's a part of the human brain that is predisposed, it's a module of the human brain that is predisposed to magical thinking, or the idea that something outside of our senses could be around us, could happen. I tried to answer this question, but I covered this question in The Rational Male Religion. And I don't know if this is actually Albert Einstein, but like somebody asked Albert Einstein, what's more important, knowledge or imagination? You've probably heard this before. And of course, Albert Einstein says, well, imagination. And everybody leans into that and they, go sing Beatles songs or some shit. No, it's not. They're both equally important. Imagination is just as important as knowledge. And that's really what this is coming about. It's good to be hopeful. It's good to want to be married. It's good to say, you know what? I would really love to be in a great, loving, nurturing, sex-filled, children-filled, respect-filled. Imagine the best case scenario for marriage. I wish that was, Disney, there you go. I wish that on everybody. But is that the case? Well, clearly not. But I wish that was the way that it worked. But you got to kind of, look at things realistically. But is it also equally wrong, equally unhealthy to be like, well, it's, I'm not stepping off that cliff, man. I'm not going. Then you get to the black pill doomer side of things. I'm just not going to try. I have no hope. That's what nihilism is, right? There's no hope. There's nothing else beyond. There's nothing outside of what we can see or whatever. And again, you want to know why it's important to read fiction. This is another Dune quote that I'm going to paraphrase and probably butcher. What things exist outside of our senses' ability to register them, like sound, sight, hearing, touch, smell, taste. We have 5 senses, right? What if there are forms of energy that exist that we just simply don't have an organ to sense? It wasn't vital enough for us to evolve that organ. The fact that I can think about that is part of that magical imagination thinking side of that module in my brain. I'm going to say that is just as important as imagination is equally important to knowledge, because either one is incomplete without the other. So when you look at like the extreme binary differences, pragmatism is the clear choice, but you look at optimism, like it's flowery, emotional. It just feels better just to hope. You should really get into it. Some people are doing it. Half of people are doing it right. Well, and Tori brought this up too, so I have to give her props. But how many people are in miserable marriages, but they're still technically married? It's kind of like expecting, they say, well, there's this plague of fatherlessness. No, the fathers are involved. They're just not married on a contract. And therefore, we got this pandemic of fatherlessness. It's all how you read the data, and it's all how you interpret that data. So I don't think that hope is a strategy, but I do think it's still a necessity to be hopeful, to want to think. Like, hey, there's so many times I've been watching football, and yes, I watch football, and I watch hockey. Damn, man, I was proud of the Golden Knights when they beat the Avs, which, by the way, I'm hoping they're going to do on Thursday, which is where I'm going to be with Rocky Savo and Kevin Savo for our NFT holders. However, I'm going to be hopeful that Marshall Salt is going to actually score more. That's what I'm going to hope for. I'm going to hope that they all stay healthy. I'm going to hope that they're going to win. I'm going to imagine things. I'm going to build a massive cathedral to the Lord on high for my church, because I'm hopeful that it's going to be this beautiful work of art, and this is what I believe in, because that's what it's about. Can that be the source of atrocities? Yes. But it's also the source of the greatest masterpieces you've ever seen or heard. Now, imagination is just as important as knowledge. Somewhere in the middle, with little old Rollo Tomasi, somewhere in the middle of that. Very imaginative, very knowledgeable.
And that's what I'm talking about. There's also good. There's also good that happens. There's horrible, but there's good. We need to share both stories. And my biggest problem is when we spend all day long, most of our time, because there's a profit model in it. And I shared to my guys in the Standard the profit model in it. CNN doesn't share anything positive about Donald Trump. Why? Because you don't make money that way. If I'm doing content on internet, I don't make money talking about healthy marriages. Who wants to watch that crap? Know how to make money? Crazy, delusional women screwing men of their money. Clicks, views, CPM through the roof. I know how it works. I can show you for days. I can pull up my analytics. I know how all this stuff works. And so my biggest thing is that if we're going to have a conversation, we need to have a holistic conversation for the benefit of men. If we are saying that what's wrong in society is too many men being raised without their father, I want every man, even the nihilistic red pill dudes in the comments, I want every single man to have an ability to raise his son in his home. That's how I was raised. That's why I was made
by a single mother, by the way.
The man I am today. I had an amazing father who was able to raise me in his home. I want every man to raise his son in his home. And I want to give you every tool possible to be able to have a healthy marriage, to be able to be a father who's present. And so my biggest thing is all we're talking about what's wrong, especially in the Black community, all that's going to lead to is more single moms, more broken homes, and more of the same BS that's going on today. And to me, I'm sick of it. I want to move forward in society.
So is that
okay? So that sounds very like for the greater good, right? I understand. I get it. And you bring in the Black community, then suddenly, then now we're all paying attention. Got it. Understood. Here's the deal. It's not a profit model, although that I'm not saying that that doesn't exist. It does. People are going to go click on like red pill, rage bait, outrage brokership. I get it. You go, hey, Ratchet Hose kicked off of Fresh and Fit, held accountable. Yeah, we get her, Kevin Samuels, get her. Like that's always going to sell. Sizzle will always outsell steak every fucking time. Don't be surprised when it does. Got it? That I would say is, I can't speak. You know what? I'm going to tell you why I have a problem with CGA right here. Number one is this. He came into this space. What was it 2016? 2016, maybe it's 2017. He came into the space writing on the MGTOW hashtag. If you look at the channels that he has a dozen different sub channels right now. That screams to me grifter. Sorry, I know he's good. I know no disrespect, but I'm medium is the message. I'm looking at that and I'm going, maybe he's got something else. I had to go and look and make sure it's going on. So I had a problem with that because he comes in as a MGTOW. And by the way, so did Joker and so did a bunch of, he came in about the same time really as the rest of these guys. And they saw it as how to get rich online really quickly. And maybe he wanted, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. But it appeared to me at the time that the trending hashtags at that time were MGTOW, Black Pill, MRA, I think for a little while. And then of course it was, never get married. And that's always going to sell. That's always going to get eyes on the screen. He's not wrong about that. Revenge will always sell. Divorce, don't get married, hold women accountable. And when doomers hold women accountable, it's usually get her, Kevin. You're average at best. Get her. That's because they get off on pro revenge because it's like somebody's saying what they've wanted to say for a long time and they can't. Like here's the Joker. The Joker is and I don't mean Joker from Better Bachelor. I mean like the Joker of the movie. Like finally somebody's written a story about me. Finally we get to have our come up. And so when that is the hot thing and you come in on that wave and yet you don't have a background in the red pill per se, like the red pill as a praxeology, not an ideology, Hafeez, then I kind of have to raise an eyebrow. That's number one. Number two, works with Anthony Johnson. End of story. Done. That's enough. That would be enough right there. I don't deal with anybody who doesn't have the sense not to work with Anthony Johnson. I don't work with anybody who hasn't figured that shit out. Even George Bruno, he fucked over George Bruno. Even pretty much everybody that Anthony Johnson has ever worked with will tell you, I can't believe this guy. He turned into a psychopath. I don't even know. Couldn't even tell that this is the same guy. I see the emails. I see the text exchanges. If you think that you're going to build your brand because you have an association with Anthony Johnson, then I got to say, you know what? Vaya con Dios, man. I'm not going to work with you and I don't want to have anything to do with you. I sure as shit don't want to be having a conversation with you. And then that's part of your dissertation at the 21 convention, which by the way, has more speakers than it has attendees this year for the second year in a row. I'm simply not going to have that association with you. If you think, hey, I'm getting invited to Orlando, this is a great opportunity. If you think that that's a great opportunity, yeah, I think perhaps your motives for getting into this space are not what you're pretending they are. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. Maybe you're just, hey man, I wanted to start a business with the guy. So that's on me. I'll hold myself accountable for my stupidity, but at least I will, and I will recognize that. But when you want to know why we didn't, like myself, Rich Cooper, Modern Life John, Ryan, Troy, there's a list of other guys too. The reason why we don't work with people who work with Anthony Johnson, that's why. Because if you're not smart enough to have figured that out, then God bless you. That's another one. And then what's the third one? Oh God. Okay, so let me explain one more thing to you here. The reason why I do not work with, and maybe this isn't directly his fault, but one of the reasons I don't work with CGA, or I've never been on a show with him. I'm not anti CGA, but I will say this: I am anti people coming at your kids, and I don't know if CGA even knows this, but I think it was it would have to have been after 2019, I think. Maybe around 2019, maybe it was 2020. I'm not really sure which year it was. It's somewhere between 2019 and 2020. When CGA first came on the scene, he had a huge, he wasn't as big. I don't think he was as big in the Black Manosphere as he is right now. I think he was really sort of like a MGTOW sweetheart, and he's kind of pivoted into the Black Manosphere. Great, good move, actually. However, when he came in on the really militant, dark, doom pill MGTOW, and probably didn't realize he was doing this because I don't think he was familiar enough with the community or the niche. But when he came in, I want to say it was like February of 2020. I think Rich Cooper had said something. He made one comment on a CGA video. Oh no, it was CGA. I know what it was. No, Rich had said something about MGTOWs. And he said something bad about MGTOWs, which we always do. Okay, MGTOWs are losers, right? Well, he said that, and then what CGA said was, "Oh, you're alienating your audience, presuming that Rich Cooper's audience happened to be MGTOW, because that's red pill. What? This is MGTOW, right?" And so you get this tribalism, this tribe and this team versus team mentality. And maybe CGA wasn't aware of this, so I don't know for sure. If I talked to him, he'd probably say he wasn't. But I don't know. It happened a while ago. But what happened was all of Team MGTOW, who was on the CGA team, decided that they were going to go give Rich Cooper a bunch of shit. They were going to ride his dick for Team CGA. And they took it too far. And they went after his kid. And I'm not going to get into detail because I respect Rich Cooper's privacy, but they went after his kid and his kid's little kid's YouTube channel. And they started not only trolling Rich's channel, but the MGTOWs who followed CGA started trolling Rich Cooper's channel. And that's where I was like, okay, not going to happen. And that's why I'm not going to tell people how to run their shows, but like when CGA was on Fresh and Fit, like, yeah, you want to be on with Fresh and Fit? I'm like, no. Or with CGA, I'm like, I'm not going to do that. And so it was like sort of policy, and it was just like, I don't know, it just left a bad taste in my mouth. I'm glad he did well here, by the way. I'm catching him doing something very good, but I feel like I need to explain the history here. And so the deal breaker, I think the big deal breaker was the MGTOWs who used to follow, maybe they still do, I don't know, follow CGA, came at Rich Cooper's daughter. And don't say, oh, are you sure about that? I know, I saw the posts. I was there, Gandalf. I saw what happened. Again, that's my hell. I can remember those things. I probably have screen caps of some of them. So sorry, Craig Adams, but it is what it is. However, I think he did really good here. So that's why I am hesitant anyways to really work with CGA.
Essentially, your biggest problem with the red pill community is that it's all negative. It's all
Adam,
insurance. It's all what could happen bad.
And they have to be real. there's an incentive structure for it. I shared some of these people these numbers. I'm gonna share some of these numbers with you. I did a video because it's so funny because the red pill community, those kind of guys, they.
Hold on, let me stop here real quick because people are saying you can't blame. Okay, I'm not blaming CGA for that. Where'd you go? I'm not blaming him for the trolls. I'm blaming him for not knowing the audience that he was pandering to when he first came into this. He did nothing to stop them. He didn't, and probably because he didn't know to stop them, but he did nothing to stop them after the fact that after it was very, very public at that time. So again, that's why it's not that I'm blaming him for the trolls. I'm just saying that when guys come into the red pill or the manosphere and they go, I'm going to start an online brand. Let's see, money, muscles, and game. How about game? Let's get into game. What's trending in game? Tap, tap, tap. Oh, MGTOW. I'll put that as in my profile, right? To start it up. And then you go and do a 80-page pamphlet, you sell it on Gumroad, and then now you're an author, right? There's I know what funnel marketing is. I've been doing this. I've been in this fucking hustle economy for long enough to know how funnel marketing works. Oh, let's do a class. Oh, let's do a book. Would you like me to do a show on why successful people don't teach success? I could do that show. I'm going to do that show. I'm going to write that down. That is going to go in the great big book of everything. The show on why successful people never teach success. Why you don't see Elon Musk at these, how to be a successful guy. Why is it that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos don't do engagements with Patrick Bet-David and Tony Robbins? I can do that show if you would like. However, I'm not blaming. Let me be clear. I'm not blaming CGA for his trolls. I'm blaming him for not knowing that that's what was going to happen in the first place. I'm not blaming him at all, really, at least for that instance. I am definitely blaming him for thinking that, Anthony Johnson is a good idea. But that more or less, like working with Anthony and working with the 21 convention, that's just confirmation that he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, or he didn't. Maybe he does now. And then you're looking at a guy who's got a dozen different sub channels. That's funnel marketing, guys. 101. How come Rolo doesn't have more channels? Yeah, because I'm not a grifter. I have clips channels. I have a clips channel and I have a main channel. I mean, as far as the ones that I'm the proprietor of, and I always have. And I've been writing books a lot longer than even CGA's been around, or anyone else for that matter. So, I'm invested. I know who my spurgs are. I love my trolls. I embrace my trolls. Bring it on. I've got the best goddamn you know what? They're trolls, but they're my trolls. So, I want to, goddamn, we're getting so
They're so fickle, and they love you when you bash women, but the moment you share any objectivity, showing both sides, now all of a sudden they're demonizing you, right? So it's very interesting that I do videos that are critical of modern men and modern women. I try to be as balanced as possible. I know for a fact my content will be weak.
A video critical of modern women. Never. To my knowledge, you have never done a video critical of modern women. And and here we go, last but not least, speaking of modern women, and by the way, there's so much more to this video, but speaking of modern women, let's call this one up. This is beautiful. I'm going to throw this one on the screen even. I got this right before showtime, and we're just about ready to close, but this show will be incomplete, especially at this point. And I know I strategically, popped this little bit in here because I think this is really the most salient point of the video, particularly when it comes to accountability for men and women. Okay? I do videos that are critical of women. No, the fuck you don't. Because if you did, you would most definitely be very critical of this chick right here. Where'd you go? Chrome tab. All right, here we go. Hopefully you guys will be able to see this. And good, it came through. Oh, good, here we go. This is Joanna Schroeder. I forget what she is. Is she a marriage counselor? She's a writer. What's she at? 24,000. So let's see. Bylines for New York Times, Vox, co-author of WSC Toolkit, pinned in the tweet. Okay, well, of course. and she's got a check mark. So just getting your bona fides here. Let's begin, children. Women married to men love to complain about husbands, but few admit that being married doesn't live up to the hype that our society places upon it. We are drowned in wedding culture. And wait, stop the boat here. Remember what Uncle Rolo says about when you use the word culture. There it is again. We got to point that out. Whenever you use rape culture or bro culture or this culture or masculinity culture or whatever, wedding culture, you make it endemic. Oh, everyone is just piling on. There's a culture of this. No, there's not. But when you put culture behind anything as a sort of a suffix, right after it, then suddenly everyone on the planet Earth is doing it, right? So there you go. All right, here we go. So I have to point those out. You got to words mean things. So let me blow this up for you. There we go. All right. So we are drowned in wedding culture and expectations for women to be married, all while expectations of men. Ladies, do you think that society and wedding culture expects you to be married, all while utterly unprepared for what marriage actually is? Okay, got it. The reality of marriage is this, okay? Now, see how well this tracks with, say, something, maybe even CGA, right? This is a woman. Here it is. She's going to tell you, Joanna's going to tell us the reality. You will not be in love with your husband for your entire life. Maybe 1% of people get that. That's nice to be in the 1%. You will desire other people at some point in your marriage. That's number 2. Number 3, you will be asked to take on the bulk of your family and home care, even if working. Okay. You will not be given any tools for how to manage conflict, resentments, jealousy, or labor imbalance. You will likely be unable to afford marital counseling. There's that again. By a qualified mental health professional or personal therapy. Everything in your life will be entwined, okay, with your finances, your sex life, your weekend activities, what you watch on TV, your ethics and morality, your career choices, your parenting. Disentangling those things is utterly unsupported in our society. Why are you looking for society to disentangle those things, Joanna? Next, you will be unhappy by being married sometimes. You will be seen by society, your partner, or both as betraying your spouse for admitting that marriage and family don't fully fulfill you. Nebulous society, because everything is a social construct, right, will shame you for needing space and a separate identity from your family, or blame you for not wanting kids at all. Okay, and look at this, man. Hey, should we like this? Let's put the like on there. How's that? 4,225 likes on that one comment. There's a lot of the rest of these. 11, you'll be surrounded by fellow miserable wives who self-medicate with affairs, women cheat more, boozy weekends away. Hey, can I go to Vegas? And wine mom culture. Okay, wine mom culture is an endemic. Thank you very much. Okay, have to point that out. Really have to highlight these things. And let's push back. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the flow. There's the culture. You will have little to no bodily autonomy, and you will be told repeatedly that if you don't have sex with your husband, he'll find it elsewhere. And I'm a good dog. You just got to pet me to keep me on the porch. You will be told that everything you're feeling and doing is normal, and that you should just accept your deep dissatisfaction as a trade for the benefits, partnership, financial security, two-parent home for kids, right? You will be happy sometimes. You will love your husband almost always, even when you're not in love with him. There you go. Well, let's read that again. You will love your husband almost always, even when you're not in love with him. You will be grateful to have a partner in life. You will grow and change. You will stay together as long as that growth and change is parallel, because we're all the same, right? You can try to grow and change together, but there are no guarantees. If you split up, you will see that as a failure, as opposed to a relationship that has run its course in natural fashion. You think she's just going through a divorce, or she wants to? Some. Well done, writer of the New York Times, of this could be perfectly normal, healthy, and natural, and we could accept it just fine and work through it, except nobody tells us. Salient point, except nobody tells us. Except for the red pill, except for Coach CGA, Coach Greg Adams. Well, bravo to you. No, bitch, they do tell you. That's the problem. You're not listening. You won't be held accountable. You won't have, it's mansplaining. And so if we are ever deeply unhappy, we suffer, self-medicate, lock our emotions, bodies, or cheat. Thank you, Jada Pinkett Smith, for that one. Of course, I have a few friends who haven't experienced any of this, but very few. Life would be profoundly different for women in heterosexual marriages, if someone would just tell us all of this. Someone is telling you this. And so, if we are ever deeply unhappy, we suffer, oh, God forbid, self-medicate, lock down, blah, blah, blah. Very few. Life would be, okay, let's see, where to go? Life would be profoundly different for women in heterosexual marriages if someone would just tell us they are. And if we stopped making marriage a thing every woman should want. It'd be so much better if we could simply start saying that not all marriages are forever and not all marriages need to look the same way or the same. If we encourage people not to assume monogamy is the only way to do marriage, enter poly, and to have the option of keeping finances separate. I have an amazing husband. Oh, really? Oh, bravo. Can we bring him in for an interview? Joanna Schroeder, and incredible kids, and have been pretty happy for these 18 years. Bitch, I got you. But I'm ready to call utter and complete bullshit on toxic marriage culture. Damn, she loves that shit, don't she? And the way we expect wives to disappear into their families without any sort of psychological toll. Sounds like you need to start an Instagram account and show your ass, Joanna. People are pretty smart and resilient if we're just honest about all of the potential long-term relationship issues. We'd probably still get married and have kids, but we wouldn't expect women to trudge through our roles as wives, moms without support. Okay, look at all this. Let's keep going, man. My God. 41.7 thousand likes. Look at a little over 1,800 tweet quotes and retweets. Look at, it's the manosphere. It's you doomers. It's you, CGA. You're the guys that are poisoning these red pill men against everybody. Really? How come nobody gives, why am I the one that's coming up with these quotes? Why is this coming up in my inbox? How come I'm the one making this observation? Rollo hates marriage. Hey, how can he hate marriage? He's married. I don't hate marriage. I think marriage is great. I would actually disagree with quite a bit of that shit. I think it's all victim culture, female victim culture, which probably is endemic. Yeah, I can harp on all day. You want me to do a big old multi-post, multi-tweet thread? I definitely got that in me. Where's that? Hafeez, how come you're not doing, where's the full video detailed breakdown of telling this bitch why she's wrong about marriage and how right you are? I'll wait Until then, I'm going to be doing this shit. I'm still going to be talking about this stuff because I'm right in the middle. Good, evil, man can only live one way, right in the middle. Tell me where that quote's from. You probably don't. Probably don't know. Anyways, okay, let's get down to business here. I got my starred tweets here. You mentioned once that they want to remove movies like It's a Wonderful Life because of its conventional masculinity. Since the 90s, it was replaced with Home Alone, yeah, where mom runs off with the polka band and leaves dad. Yep. You want to know about why do we have doofy dad as the archetype for fatherhood? Hafeez, stop. The bagel, whatever. Stopped halfway through unplugging and went back to the blue pill. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Mix of purple pill and saving face. Yeah, he's still, I think Hafeez is in a real tight spot because he wants to be like PBD. He wants to be like a success porn hustler, but he also has religious convictions. And he's also very pro-marriage. And I understand why. If I was like that, I probably would be. When you're idealistic, yeah, very much so. Again, people still call me idealistic because I say, you know what, I'm in a good marriage. I hope you have one too. I wish you could have one too. I don't have the blueprints for it. You do. I don't. You and the chick that you meet probably do. Or maybe you do. You have to compare your blueprints and see if you do. But for the most part, I will always say don't get married simply because it is an unconscionable contract. Now, people are going to throw shit at me because they're going to say, well, Rolo, your daughter is getting married. Yeah, he is. She is. Haven't you talked to her? I got an email about this. So I'm going to throw this out there right now here at the end. I got an email about this. Oh, well, you sound like a hypocrite because you didn't tell him not to marry your daughter. Motherfucker. He knows who I am. My daughter knows who I am. Do you think I did not have that conversation? Do you think that I did not have that conversation with him when he asked for my daughter's hand in marriage? Hand in marriage. Do you think that if anything, I gave him a 4-hour Rolo freaking podcast, like right there on at the moment? Yes, we had that conversation. Yes. Is he going in eyes wide open? Yes. Do I hope for the best? Yes. Do I think he should be pragmatic? Yes. Do I think my daughter should be pragmatic? Yes. How about I take care of that? How about you give me the benefit of the fucking doubt? Like, I'm intelligent. In case you haven't figured this out, I'm intelligent enough to figure. You know what the average IQ of a United States citizen is? It's 98. So, content creators, keep that in mind next time you're going through your comments. FnF created a Red Pill playlist with live shows where you feature. I know, I was there. In fact, I think we talked about it right before he did. Your books and collabs are pure gold. 100 thanks. You have saved and birthed many men. Good. I'll try to take that the way I've birthed many men. No, it's paternity. It's paternity case. I've had that question before. What would you do, Rolo, if somebody knocked on your door and said, "Hey, Rolo, I'm your son. Remember that bitch you fucked in Hollywood way back in 1989? Yeah, that's me." I don't know how I would respond to that. Somebody will give me that question again and I'll have to answer it. Hafeez is the only dude in a $300 suit with a dusty. Come on, man. He's trying. You know what? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? He's trying. He's trying to do. People say the same shit about me. Let's not sink to stylistic considerations here. I have the greasy ponytail. My ex-wife was a drug addict, drug dealer, thief, and unfaithful. I got everything, including full custody of my kids, and that life cost her life 2 years ago. Bravo. You know, you get this. Well done, Sean. But you only got it because she's a drug addict, a drug dealer, and a thief and unfaithful. I gotta call a spade, man. But I'm glad you got out of that, and I'm glad it worked for you. Big Mo. I come from the pro-black background. The black community is the most notorious of refusing to hold women accountable, especially Lyndon B. Johnson era. Yep, where you get that too. Saralita Rolo, because he is married, Hafeez will never concede on the fact that he is wrong on these points. too much ego in that. I genuinely don't think he can stand a long conversation. It was like hell to him. It was. And I tell you this, Sorlita, if you haven't seen it, go look at his interview with Jedediah Bila. It's very apparent. He's in his element with Jed. He is out of his element with CGA. Multi-wing nut. Abundance mindset can be increased by actively planning and saving to have a child through a surrogate or an artificial womb when it's made available. Having that extra option will increase his abundance mindset and help find a woman. True. Okay. I'm glad you brought that up because it brings up a very intriguing question I've been considering lately. And that is this. I saw recently, I actually posted this out as a tweet. I saw recently somebody said, don't follow women. Don't search. Don't chase women. Chase excellence, my friend. It's one of those in those lines. And it was, don't start to approach women until you have X amount of dollars in your bank account. Don't consider marrying a woman, or don't plan on, don't like direct your life or cater your life to anything about like trying to find a marriage until you have your money, until you are a high value man. Right? Until you have made X amount of dollars, until you have made enough money, and I've said this before, until you have the surplus resources to afford a wife, to afford a child, two children. Don't even do it. Don't even bother with it until you do that. That, by the way, that sentiment, by the way, is intersexual combat for guys who think that that they should be doing it. That's like, I'm an authentic man and I can afford to have a wife if I want to. So what men ought to do, should do is save money, put the money away. And then when they're ready and they make more revenue than they can expend, they have surplus revenue, then look for a good little old wife. And then you can have kids and a golden retriever in the front yard. Right. Okay. Let me ask you this. Let me chat comments. Oh, you made it all the way to 4 hours and 13 minutes. Sorry. And I said I wouldn't go that long. My bad. I know forget it. My voice is hamburger. If you did that, if you made surplus revenue, if you had a lot of money in the bank and you had secured a way to make it constantly, would you use that money with the express purpose of finding a wife and having a home and using it to experience it, to have a good love, hopefully a good love. I wish the best for you. Have a good loving wife and children and your dog in the yard and have this life of domesticity because you can afford it now? Or would you take that money and you go, you know what? I'm going to take this surplus money. I'm going to find a way to parlay it into even more money. What would you do with it? That surplus, that excellence, that whatever it is, once you built that up, when a guy, let's just say everything goes according to plan. You get to the point where you go, okay, now I've got this money. Now I've got surplus revenue. Oh, time to get a wife. Or am I going to take this surplus and I'm going to put it into Hex? I'm going to put it into crypto. I'm going to put it into investments. I'm going to build a brand. I'm going to build a business. I'm going to take this and parlay that surplus into even more surplus. Oh, you're greedy. Well, how many men would go, maybe most, right? Would parlay that surplus revenue into a life of domestic bliss, or take that and put it into investments that would make him more? Answer me that, Batman. Abundance mindset. Okay, I got to. And this was, as long as men are idealistic in love with their women, they will rationalize a justification for any path forward despite unhappiness. Yes. Drug abuse or criminality is evidence there's no path forward. Yes. Like that's pretty plain to see. Oh, she killed somebody. She wants me to help her bury the body. Oh, got it. Time to file papers. Simply too awesome. As long as men are ideal. Okay, guy, I got it to you already. Thank you for both of those, by the way. And let's see. Did I get to everybody? Oh, I didn't get to Dingo. Dingo Tech said, my personal quote is, life is like a beautiful, chaotic dance that lasts a lifetime. So watch your steps. This is flowery. We got to do this to ASMR. Hi, guys. Life is like a beautiful, chaotic dance that last a lifetime. So watch your steps. Thank you very much. Torshaa, come over here and dance us out. Yeah. I should just leave that. That should be the exit music. All right. I will be, where am I going to be? I don't even know. I spend more time on the road than I actually spend at my new home, my new studio. The next time I do this show will be, actually the next 2 times I do. Well, yeah, the next 2 times I do this show, I will be at Sticky Paws Studios in Las Vegas. I have some big announcements coming up. So come at me now with all the hit piece videos. Let's rehash all the Rolo. Rolo is he tried to dox 50 guys. Okay, come on, bring them on right. Do it now. You might as well get it out of your system because I'm gonna fuck up your program very soon. I got some really big announcements that I cannot talk about. Even Tori, don't ask Tori. She don't know. I want her to be a part of it, but she don't know. I want her to be the permanent producer. Anybody who wants Torshaa to be the permanent producer of Access Vegas, put a 1 in the chat right now. Be nothing but 2. Sorry. I thought she did a really good job. So I will be doing Access Vegas on the 21st, which is Friday the 21st. That's coming up. My show, my regular this Sunday next week will be also from Vegas. I'm, against my better judgment, driving down to Vegas on Tuesday. I will try to do a midweek show, maybe on 1.5. Thank you, Hex, Enrique. I thought she did really good. So I'll be in Vegas. I'll be doing live streams from there, either from a hotel room or from Sticky Paws, assuming I get over this, whatever this is, the clap that I have right now. By the way, I got sick. Tori got sick. I think Miguel got sick too after that. But every time I go and I do anything, I have to learn to take better care of myself on the road. Anyways, so I'll be on the road for the next 2 weeks. And then I have another big announcement after that too. So I'll be, actually, I shouldn't say that. In early November, I think the 1st or 2nd week of November, I'll be in Miami doing the tour with Mike Sartain. Do check out Access Vegas. We're right now, I'll explain this to you. Right now on Access Vegas is simulcast on this channel, on my channel, and on Mike Sartain's channel. Please go check out Mike Sartain's channel. Go subscribe to Mike too if you want to watch Access Vegas. We will be doing it on Friday nights. We're trying to do it it kind of depends on his schedule, not really mine. But we agreed to do it bi-monthly. So we're going to do it like twice a month, like every other Friday. And we might do, like now we're going to do it the 21st and the 28th. The 20th, I will be at a Vegas Golden Knights game with Kevin Savo, Rocky Savo, and Mark Savo. And I believe at least 1 and possibly 2 of our NFT holders who won the tickets that we're flying out as our utilities for the Red Pill Lions NFT. Go buy it. It's the only NFT worth buying because we're not rug pullers. I love that. You got rugged. You're not going to get rugged with Rolo Tomasi. We actually do what the fuck we say we're going to do. In fact, I think this is going down pretty soon is Cultivate Crypto, Miguel and Charlie from Cultivate Crypto. Their Q4 Cultivate Crypto is coming out. I believe it's November. And Rocky and Kevin will be a part of that. I think they're doing the NFT section of that and how to do it, how to do an NFT profitably and ethically. There you go. I'll just leave that to you. You can interpret that how you like. So they're going to be a part of Cultivate Crypto for the upcoming Q4. And then also, I am now paired off with the Men of Action network, I guess, with Mike Sartain, which is his private network. And I have been doing. Last Saturday, was it last Saturday? I think it was last Saturday. I did one of the private video calls, a Zoom conference calls, which, by the way, is on his channel. If you want to go watch that and see me do Q&A on there, I did that with them. So that will be. I'm kind of on the fence with that because if I do that on the regular, then I will probably have to push my Patreon people over to that. I'm considering it, but if you want to be in my Patreon and you want to have the hour, we have a 2-hour once a month Patreon call. That's a Zoom call. Please go to my Patreon. The link is in the description. It's coming up. And by the way, if you're a Patreon follower and you're part of that, I will be doing it this Wednesday So do check that out. I believe that's the 19th of October. I'll be doing it on Wednesday, and it will be at our standard time, which will be 6 p.m. Eastern time. I do it for 2 hours, and it's a Q&A thing. Like I said, I cap it at 25 people, and I believe we're at 15 right now, the last I checked. So check that out. If you want to have a one-on-one with me, I still do that. If you want that, email me at rtrationalmail, M-A-L-E, at gmail.com. Again, all connection stuff is down there in the description. All you got to do is just click that little thing and let it drop, okay? And then I do one-on-one counseling. I will send you my policies. All I want you to do is give me an email and put counseling or consult in the subject line, and I'll get back to you and I'll give you the policies. So that's how I work that. However, I am working with Mike and the Men of Action Network right now, simply because it's more hands-on. It's like we go out and I want to go out in the field. How come Rolla doesn't show me your seats? And let's go do field work. He doesn't do field work. Here it is. Here you go. Tell me, give me something else. Hit me with something else. This is it. Men of Action. You can go check it out. You can get it in different tiers. It's not like, if you're comfortable at one level, that's fine. You just want the calls, that's fine too. But I'm working with Mike on that. That's his thing. So I will put it's not in the description yet, but I will put it in here just right after I'm done with the show. So because I have my own link and I didn't get until showtime. So anyways, check it out. Check out Men of Action. And it's based in Vegas. So check things out. Let's see what else. Rule Zero was very fun on Saturday. We had Jason Hartman on. We were talking about the housing market and we were talking about socioeconomic stuff, as you might guess, with Aaron Clary, who was the host. So that is on Aaron Clary's channel if you wanted to go check that out. I believe we went for like 90 minutes on that. Jason Hartman, very good friend of mine. Check out his channel too. I'm probably going to have Jason on as a guest here, maybe on a midweek show, and just do an interview with him because he's very much into my book. He's very much red pill, and he's also very good at the business / real estate biz too. He's not so much a crypto guy as he is a real estate guy. I'm going to have him on at some point. I'll let you know when that happens. And then, book-wise, all my books are available on Amazon. You know that already. If you haven't bought them, please go check them out. If this is the first time you're hearing about this. But all available on Audible now, every single one. People keep asking me this. Rollo, when are we going to have the classes you promised in book 5? Well, that's another reason why I'm going to Sticky Paws so much, because I'm filming those classes right now at Sticky Paws. So the first module, the first chapter, because I'm splitting up into 5 separate classes. I don't know. I've never done a class before. I'm trying to make them high quality, and I'm trying to make them like a master class. If you know what master class videos are, where you learn stuff. I want that level of polish. So they're going to come out one at a time. They're going to be masterclass style videos that explain certain concepts, various concepts of the maxims in the book. And I'm staggering them in 5 stages. So the first stage should be coming out, I would say, probably by the holidays, certainly by the end of November, maybe early December, depending on how quick things go. I think the first one should be fairly easy to do. So those are coming out very soon. It's going to be a quote unquote teachable class, whatever. And then I will also have Zoom calls, like all classes do right after that. So just, trying my hand at a few things there. I've never done a class in my life. And so this is going to be it. And it's not funnel marketing. It's just me doing classes. If you want to be in, great. If you don't, okay, no problem. Please go and pick up the book first before you decide, though. So anyways, that's it. Let me see here at the end. I got to repeat this. I think Fresh got done dirty, and I love Fresh like a brother. And so when we hold people accountable, we kind of have to do it offline. And really today's show is really about accountability more than anything else, like how we hold ourselves accountable and how we hold other people accountable, men and women. And the Savos, of course, were pretty accurate, I think, in the differences between holding women accountable versus holding men accountable. Women are simply not held accountable. However, when we hold each other accountable, remember that it's not an attack on your brand. It's not an attack on your subs or your revenue or whatever. Remember, if you have a brand, I don't care who it is. If you have a brand and you have a friend, those should be two different things. So when I talk to people one-on-one, it's man to man. It's not man to brand. So I'm saying things because I care. I wouldn't bother if I didn't care. So try to keep those things in mind when men, iron sharpens iron, right? When people are, constructively critical of you, let's just say, or they're trying to check you, they're not being dickheads. I think we tend to, especially these last two generations, tend to conflate loving constructive criticism or checking your brother or iron sharpens iron. Too many guys see that as bullying or hazing or abuse, when in fact they're not abusing you. They're trying to get you to pay attention. And that's just how guys do it with other guys, right? We try to get your attention. We're like, here's the deal. What the fuck are you doing? Right? That's just how we talk. We're overt. Men are overt communicators. So try not to take criticism, public or private, in a sense that understand that if a guy is iron sharpens iron, he's trying to sharpen you. Understand that it comes from a place of love. It doesn't come from a place of being critical or wanting to fuck with you or wanting to destroy your brand. It's wanting to say, hey, look, I see this shit going on and we need to check each other. I understand that. We need to do the same thing for women too. No doubt. And ladies, if a man is checking you, remember that. Don't think it's misogyny. Don't think it's abuse or harassment. I think that's another thing. We presume that anytime a man tries to explain something to you, it's not mansplaining. Maybe listen to that guy. Listen to that motherfucker. Oh, don't tell me how to woman. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing here. There's a difference between that and rattling on or rambling on like a spurg, right? There's ladies, how many bad effects, how many consequences in your life could you have avoided had your father, your brother, your nephew, your uncle, me, stepped in and said no? Stepped in and said, you're absolutely fucking crazy and this is going to be a bad move for you. Because here's what I see happening. You don't even want to have that conversation because most women don't worry about the consequences because generally they're right. They're absolved of those consequences. They're victims. They're powerful, empowered super women, Miss Marvel, but that's simultaneously they're victims. What is it? Is Hipoagency or are you fucking Wonder Woman? So keep that in mind. Those are some parting thoughts. Thank you for watching. Let's see. I think do you want the whole thing? I'll give you the whole thing. Where'd it go? There we go. All right, guys. I'll see you next week. Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved. Trademark 2022. No portion of this podcast may be rebroadcast without express permission from the owner, which is me. Don't steal my stuff. Bye.